right, welcome everybody. My name is Illia Nyzhnyk, and I'll be your host for this round's commentary of 2024 Chess Olympiad. It sounds a bit too official, but here I am, right as the players are getting situated at their boards. Let's quickly go over some info for those of you who may just be joining for the first time. So the Olympiad is an 11-round team Swiss event, meaning that teams of 4 players each will get to play 11 matches in total. Obviously, the event is taking place in Budapest, Hungary. Budapest, beautiful capital of Hungary. I think I have never been there, but I passed it while traveling by train. A good roommate of mine, Master Danish Borsch, is actually from Budapest, and he is currently there enjoying his view of the Olympiad. Time control, very serious, no joke. 90 minutes for 40 moves, plus an extra 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with a 30-second increment for move 1. Lots of time. Games can sometimes last 5 hours plus, which has already happened over the past 2 rounds. The tournament lasts for approximately a week and a half. There will be a day off on Tuesday, September 17th, so Tuesday of the next week. And probably the most important piece of information is the fact that teams get 2 points per a team match win. A team match win is when a team scores 2.5 individual points or more. So 2.5 out of 4 yields a team match win, giving the winning team 2 points. A match tie, so 2-2, would give each team 1 point, and losing a match would result in 0 points. And we can see the current team results on this leaderboard. I want to point out that only the first 3 teams, so India, Slovenia, and Georgia, have won all of their individual games. So India's, Slovenia's, and Georgia's players all won their games so far, going into the round 3. And other teams have lost at least half a point of individual scores. So, no, very close. And I feel like today we are very likely to see some blood, because the first 7 matches see top teams playing against teams comprising exclusively from very strong grandmasters. So chances are that we will see some of the leaders potentially going out on this day, but obviously no guarantees. We're talking about top level players here from both sides. Anything can happen. And obviously today is Friday, September 13th. Oh no, Friday the 13th. We're all screwed. I'm just kidding. I don't believe in that. I hope you guys don't either. Hi, can you hide the bad behind? How dare you? What do you got against my bad? It worries you how many foxes are there on the bed, or why is that? But yeah, I was told by Lichess people to specifically leave the background. I had a capability of completely removing the background, but I was told that this is the preferred way, so let's keep it this way for the time being. Okay. With that being said, let's go ahead and get ourselves watching some of the live camera feeds. We'll probably get to see the round starting anytime now. Well, I guess it's gonna take another 5 minutes, given that there is a 15-minute delay. You can already see Bobby at his board, Levon, And wait, Levon is playing board 3 today, right? Because I think in Team USA, Linier Dominguez is currently sitting out, meaning that Vasily, who would normally be board 3 in this case, has moved up to board 2. Levon has moved up from board 4 to board 3. And a good friend of mine, Grandmaster Ray Robson, who would be a substitute player, he is now playing board 4 in this match. An interesting choice, by the way. Let's see how that works out for Team USA. And among other notable matches, I would say that, let me quickly take a look at the board pairing for the open section. So we already see both of the Hungarian teams on the top two boards. So this is let me go ahead and pull up a game here. This is Hungarian team A. Not sure why the board is not showing. There you go, it's showing now. This is Hungarian team A on board 2. I guess match board 2, you may say. And this is board 3. This actually has no one sitting in yet. That's kind of funny. No players are at their boards, but camera just disappeared. It does that sometimes. Please be patient. There's a slight deal. Oh, never mind. Yeah, never mind. So yeah, players are sitting in. I can already see Master Peter Prohaska, a good friend of mine who used to be my roommate. No, 4 or 5 years ago, when both of us were studying at Webster University here in St. Louis. And yeah, the Hungarian team B is playing India. So that's going to be a very exciting match. Let's see how this plays out. I'm obviously rooting for Peter and his team. But, you know, India has a lot of young and talented players who are very good at showing exciting chess. So I'm just looking forward to seeing those games. Roommate tier list when? Oh, that would be that would probably upset some people. Illia needs a bed in case there's too many boring positions. Yeah. I thought those were Pokemon. No, I'm afraid I'm not a Pokemon fan. I mean, I know a few, but I was not really a Pokemon fan. Let's see. Hello to people in YouTube. I try my best to keep a lookout for both chats, but if I do miss some messages, please forgive me. I only have one screen to work with, so I have to be manually tabbing out from my software to look at the chats. Hello from Philippines. Well, hello back to Philippines. Definitely on the list of countries I would love to visit someday. Actually have a couple of people living there, people I got to know online, so I wouldn't quite call them my friends, I guess just acquaintances, but it would be cool to actually get to meet them in person. So yeah, that definitely is on my list of countries I would like to go to one day. Why are there too few people watching live streams on Lichess? It will probably change, Adar Shioda, as you know, as the games go on. We may potentially get more viewers, you know, as people, you know, because especially in the US, I would say people are, you know, just waking up, or well, I guess given that most people probably go to work, you know, very early. I feel like most people are likely awake, but still, it's quite early. As the day goes on, we'll be getting more people watching from the US and potentially from other countries too. This is the EU-centric broadcast. Yeah, but I feel like because it's been broadcasted on Twitch, I think there's a very big portion of viewers is actually US based. Others. Others. Okay. It's yeah. It should be made into a general emote. Why is it not? Or maybe it is, and I just don't have like an extension set up. I know that some of these are or can potentially be seen as animated emotes, but you need like a special Twitch extension to make it work. And if it's not, it totally deserves to be one. I like it. Is Eric in Budapest? Eric Rosen, I'm assuming. Eric is not in Budapest. Eric is here in St. Louis, and you guys will get to see him doing commentary for the Olympiad tomorrow on Saturday. Unfortunately, I'm not available. Unfortunately, because I think a lot of people are actually looking forward to seeing Eric, but I'm not available on during the weekends, so Eric will be taking over on Saturday, and on Sunday, you guys will be entertained by FIDE Master Gauri Shankar. That's the plan for the time being, given everything goes according to plan. Ashwini, what's my FIDE rating? It's probably an all-time low. I think it's 2573 right now. Your FIDE is 1824. Yeah, I was 2693, so I was in top 50 best players in the world approximately a year and a half ago. But then something happened. I'm still yet to figure out what it is. Actually, I probably know what it is, but that was my own decision. So I kind of fell down a little bit. Maybe one day I'll be able to recover. We'll see. How do you pronounce Nyzhnyk? The ZH sound is Z. Nyzhnyk. Yeah, it's a tricky last name for sure. Will Eric be commenting later? Yes, Eric will be taking over tomorrow. So today is just going to be me, and tomorrow it's going to be just Eric. Thanks for the info. You're great too. Oh, thank you. It's okay. Oh, yeah, we like you too. Don't worry. No, I'm not worried. I mean, it's okay. I feel like this is why I would say that this is why I never did streaming kind of full time, because I realized that I can do it for fun every now and then, and people were giving me good feedback saying that I do it relatively well, but at the same time there's just so many other people who are stronger and who do this better than I do, so just kind of accepted that fact and moved on, trying to try my talents elsewhere, if I have any. I'm not even sure. I'm a very unsure person, Okay, so what's up here? The game's maybe it's a delay. Maybe the delay is longer than 15 minutes. The games haven't started yet. Let's take a look at other matchups. Okay, so Ding Liren is about to be playing Vladimir Fedoseev, who is now representing Slovenia. Camera, wake up, there we go. Okay, so we see Ding right there. I like how Chinese team members are all wearing like these really light jackets over their shirts. I feel like they might be one of the very few teams who do that, or maybe I'm just not noticing it. But players of the team US, for example, are wearing business casual, I think. Let's double check. I'm pretty sure I saw Ray in a suit. No? Wait. Wait, what is? Oh my God, they're all wearing like sport costumes. Okay, never mind. I thought, well, I guess they're. I mean, it's only natural that they change their clothing. You know, probably either after a couple of rounds or after each round. Like you wouldn't expect people to be wearing the same exact clothing for the entire event, so it makes sense. Okay. What a poker-faced Ilya. Hello. Poker-faced? It's early. Cut me some slack. Young lad had almost 2,700. I'm not that young anymore. I'm 20. I'm almost 28 years old. Oh my God. I'm so old. I don't feel that old. It feels like just yesterday I came here. I came to St. Louis. That was back in 2014 when I was 17 years old back then. Oh well, how the time flies, huh? When Magnus Carlsen plays, anyone knows. Yeah, well, Magnus is a famous figure in the chess world. Even people who have very little to do with chess would know Magnus's name. I would say that Kasparov, Garry Kasparov, Anatoly Karpov, Robert Fischer are likely in that same category. Those are the names people who are not associated with chess in any way would know anyway because of how famous they are. The legendary Petrov is up versus Aronian. I think that's not the Petrov. Probably just, you know, Grandmaster having the same name as Petrov. Ding enters the scene today. He already played. Yeah, I think he played. I think he played yesterday and made a draw. But it was a pretty interesting game. He was trying to press in Sicilian, but his opponent was a bit too solid. But I was a little bit surprised to see Ding's decision to offer a draw, even though the position was unclear. But Ding decided to take it safe because his team was winning, I guess, and he didn't feel the need to to take too many risks, which is fine. Once again, this Olympiad is going to see a lot of top-rated players losing rating because this is naturally a team-based event, and your personal scores oftentimes don't matter as much. So you're trying to be a team player. Ideally, in an ideal world, players will be trying to be team players where we might see some of them taking quick draws depending on the match situation, or playing in a certain manner, playing safer opening lines and stuff like that. Because in a team-based event like this, what you should absolutely avoid at all costs is losing games, because losing not only puts your team behind, but also applies a big strain on your other team members. Because if you lose in order to win the match, two of your teammates would need to win games, right? And once again, winning in chess is very difficult, especially when you're playing strong grandmasters, just like most of these top teams will be from now on. Lichess is back. Let's go. Yeah, so I think Lichess came back yesterday evening. So I came back home at 9 p.m. My time, which was approximately 4 a.m. European time, I believe, and it was already back. So it did take a while. It took basically half of the day for the issues to be fixed. But once again, unfortunately, Lichess themselves were unable to do much about that because it wasn't really an issue on their end, but rather an issue with their service providers. And I guess kudos to the service providers for fixing the issue. In a timely manner, as in timely for us, because if it wasn't fixed yet, we would have. It wouldn't be impossible for us to do this broadcast, but it would definitely be, unpleasant for everyone, because people like to watch stuff by themselves. People like to play a little bit on the side and whatnot. So it would be a little bit of a nuisance for everyone. Okay, so as I'm talking about something completely irrelevant, the games have officially begun. Let's take a look at what's going on here. So why do I see what? Wait. Why did the cameras not change? Chemists are supposed to change. Okay. Okay, now they did change. All right, so I need to not forget that everything is set up in a way where all I need to do is click a board in the Lichess broadcast, and then all the scenes will be switched for me automatically, taking me to appropriate video feeds. Okay, so here we see Vidit playing French defense against Pape Gabor, which kind of also proves my point that now we're entering a territory where there is a rule in chess. Well, it's not a rule; it's rather a personal rule, if you will, where whenever you play serious competition, your goal should be making a draw with black and winning your games with white, right? Because naturally you have a small advantage playing with white pieces, and you are the small disadvantage playing with black pieces. So if you know, on average make draws with in every game you play with black pieces and win all of the games you play with white pieces, you should be scoring approximately, you know, 6.5, 7.5 points, depending on how many games with each color you got in the tournament. And you know that's a very, very reasonable score, which should allow you to comfortably be placed in, you know, top three, or maybe top five, depending on, once again, how many points you score based on what colors you end up playing with. So, and French defense is one of the openings that's very solid and you know, hard to lose in, but also hard to win in. And you know, with it being a, a rating favorite, choosing a rather safe opening makes me believe that that's exactly what's happening. That Vidit is using that technology, you know, kind of relying on his teammates to make up the difference, relying on teammates playing with white pieces. Okay, so yeah, actually, so this line is not okay. So this line is actually a fighting line. This is a line I would play myself very often. I'm pretty sure that if we look hard enough through the database, we will see a whole bunch of games played by me. Okay, I shouldn't be scrolling the browser window itself, because then everything gets screwed up for you guys. I remember. Yeah, so the idea here is that black develops the queen early, but it's done in order to pick up this pawn on d4. Unfortunately, so we'll probably see bishop c4, but I think we've already seen a game where white went for this g3 bishop g2 sideline. And it was tricky because at some point there was a threefold repetition possibility, and black, being a stronger player, refused this threefold repetition and ended up losing as a result. So very tricky line with g3, but bishop c4 is still way more, played way more often, and kind of makes more sense to me, because now this forces the queen back. Queen will probably go back to d7, knowing from experience that going back to d7 is, I think, the objectively strongest, as far as I remember. I've done some analysis in this line from black's side, and I believe that's the conclusion I came to. But also queen d6 and queen d8 are all possible retreats, and black can go for any one of those. It's just that queen d7 gives black the best shot at actually getting a playable position, and the other two are kind of just trying to equalize, more or less. Master Illia Nyzhnyk keeps changing federations, always on the move. Yeah, he's not the only player who is known for having changed a lot of federations. I believe Grandmaster Alex Ipatov, who was originally from Ukraine, also ended up changing federations at least twice, as far as I know. You know, it's sometimes you know, things don't work out the way you think they will, and you know, you have to readjust. So I don't blame people for doing that. It's whatever works for them. But you know, one may say that it's not cool that they do that, because they kind of, you know, they kind of give certain people, you know, certain federations hope, and then they leave. It can also be seen that way. But once again, I don't think there is any harm in their decision. I think they're just trying to kind of settle down, and if it doesn't work, then, you know, I guess you gotta keep moving until you find whatever you're looking for. How can I win all my games with white if opponent has same strategy of drawing with black? Rest in peace. Yeah, you know, that's what makes chess so difficult, because it's hard to win with whatever color. But you do have, statistically speaking, you do have a better chance of winning with white. Maybe starting out with an overview of many games. Overview of many games. Well, what? Okay, so 27 was played. Take a look at that. I still know what I'm talking about. The overview of many games. The only overview of many games I can give you guys is let me see. Do I even have a scene for that? I have a break scene, and I have a that scene doesn't have a microphone in it. What can I give you? I don't think it's really possible for me to kind of show you more than one game at a time and more than 4 games on a video feed at a time, unfortunately. My apologies for that. You think you should apply for Fuji? You can make it to their team. There's a lot of countries that don't really have, you know, very strong chess teams, so they would probably be happy that you joined. Okay, let's take a look at some other games here, maybe some of the top games. Yeah, actually interested to see what opening line Ding went for. Okay, oh, we have London. Can you guys imagine? It feels kind of odd seeing people playing London defense against a world champion, don't you think? It's just kind of, it doesn't really, insulting is not really a correct word here, but it just feels odd. It's a good, you know, it's a good solid opening. It can be quite deadly if you don't know, but for most people, for most grandmasters, London is like a statement that you're trying to draw, because there's just so many ways for black to equalize. And I think what Ding is doing is actually something that I myself have done before. It's just getting your queen developed to b6 very early, trying to punish white's bishop for coming out to f4. But here, yeah, rook b1 was played. This is still, everything is still, you know, within the, you know, the normal things. It's basically one of the main lines here. But bishop g5 is the first deviation. Most games have been played in with this move b4, where obviously black queen would have to retreat somewhere, and then white would take on d6, and I guess expand with c4. Yeah, expand with c4. It's strange. It looks, no, it's not strange. What's happening here is not strange. What is strange, however, is that black gets to castle before white. That is a little bit unusual. And I would say that if white keeps trying to play on the queen side, it's going to backfire eventually, as you know, as the king, you know, the king will get punished for overstaying in the middle. So I think something like this will come to play, and white will or might be struggling with development. Also, I think here I'm probably missing out on a very simple move a5, which breaks white's pawn structure on the queen side. So this is just immediately not good, since if white takes, black is gonna take on c5, leaving white with a full pawns on the a file. And once again, black is now ahead in development since white hasn't castled yet. White also has these weak pawns on the a file. It's not cool. So I feel like at this point it would just be kind of natural that white would go ahead and try to castle, and this would be a game, you know. I would probably take black here, because I do prefer having stronger center to having an annoying side attack. You know, it's just I guess a personal preference, because as you guys can see, white is doing okay here, even though black will be playing e5 at some point. I'm not sure whether they will play e5 right now or a bit later, but e5 does look like a very useful move to me, because it gets lets the bishop get out, you know, gets some central control and stuff like that. But apparently it's not a big deal, because I guess these pawns are not going to go anywhere. I would assume the rook is going to move to c1, And white's plan is going to be very simple. They're going to try to play b5 and then c6 eventually, so trying to play on the side. Black playing in the center would be a bit more difficult because moving either center pawn leads to big weaknesses, right? So in this case, if moving e4 would lead to white knight getting onto the outpost in d4, and now basically nothing can get rid of the knight. The knight can keep staying on d4, and it's very, very annoying there. Also helps white get their pawn to c6 at the same time, and playing d4 would also be very tricky. Well, right now you can't really do that because it just loses your pawn. But even if white can't take on d4 right away, chances are that this pawn will eventually become a target for white pieces. And also, once again, with the d5 pawn moving over to d4, now white knight can be transferred to d6, which is another outpost, funnily enough, blockading the d file. So bishop g5 was played instead, which once again is a novelty. So Ding is in a deep thought right now, and rightfully so. So I see that there have been a couple of games played in this exact line, and actually Vidit, no other than Vidit, played this himself approximately a year ago against Aydin Suleimanli, and that game, oops, wasn't supposed to do that. Actually, is there any way I can copy that game? I think I should be there must be a way for me to copy the game, or I can just show you guys what happened in the game. So this is the game between Vidit and Suleimanli, and this is how it went. Suleimanli played knight b7, defending the knight on f6. Vidit played c4. A b4 idea is still there, but I guess with bishop g5, white is simply avoiding the bishop trade, which is interesting. I mean, b6, capture on d5, black recaptures back, and white played bishop c4. So this doesn't look like, okay, so now it does look a little bit odd, because after e4 it may seem like white has tricked black, because knight takes e4 might not be even this, like, once again, whatever you guys see. So the evaluation bar is the only thing I see as well. I have my engine analysis turned off as per our agreement. I'm not using the engine, so I'll try to figure out why certain things work or don't work by myself. So I'm gonna be basically in the same position as you guys. London is Fedoseyev's new pet weapon. He played it a bit lately. Yeah, well, it's once again, it's a very safe opening. It's you can win a lot of points with it, but once again, playing it against someone as strong as Ding, I guess the safety of it is what attracts higher rated grandmasters, because it's once again close to impossible to lose in London. You have to really overpush hard as white to lose on it. London system is for the win. Ask Gada. Yeah, Gada is a known London specialist. In fact, when I was working on London defense from white's perspective, I would reference Gada's games, and would analyze the lines that he played. So that's fair. Two Chinese players played this exact line earlier this year, so maybe Ding has seen it. That's possible. Those games are not showing up in the Lichess database. So well, I assume not everything would show in Lichess database, but chances are that since Ding is still in thinking after bishop g5, chances are that he might have seen it, but he's not. Oh, you mean this game? You mean the Xu Yingluan versus Xu Yi? Yes, right. It was played between two I thought you said that the two separate Chinese players played this line, but no, this line was played between the two Chinese players. Okay, now it makes sense. I see the game, and that game black played bishop e7, which makes a little bit less sense to me. I think knight b7 makes a lot more sense, just what Suleimanli did, because it's a developing move. Bishop e7 moves the piece that you already developed for the second time when it's not necessary. So I would actually play knight b7. Actually, yeah, what a surprise. At least to me, Ding does go for bishop e7, which it's once again, not a big deal. Wouldn't be a move that I choose. I guess maybe he was slightly worried that his bishop on d6 will be attacked after the trade of these pawns, right? So now whenever black decides to maybe take on c4, the bishop is getting attacked, and it will probably have to move out of the way anyway, which then kind of makes it okay to go bishop e7 right away, since it's very likely that white doesn't really have any other plan other than c4 in this position, right? That's a very common breakthrough. I guess another common breakthrough would be e4, but that requires a lot more preparation. So white would have to play bishop d3 now, castle, and then play queen e2, and only then would they try for the e4, which makes me believe that c4 is most likely to be played because it's already there available to white and doesn't require any more prep than white has already done. Very interesting. Once again, very interesting opening choices here by the top players. Let's take a look at what's going on in the games between US and Bulgaria. And this position is once again something that I have never really seen before, and it happened from Sicilian defense and from Rossolimo, no less. Okay, now I'm really curious. How did that happen? Okay, so Fabio played e6, which invites white to take on c6, but I guess takes back with a b pawn, and this is just another theoretical line where white usually goes d3 castles and tries to play against black's double pawns, but I think black usually still does fairly okay here. Just black needs to make sure that their position, the pawn structure doesn't get locked in, because the bishops need to be able to come out, right? And this bishop coming to a6 is not all that useful, because once again it's going to be looking into this pawn on d3. That's why I would assume that black would be trying to play e5 and then d6, and trying to solve the bishop's issue. But once again, white can play e5 himself, in which case black would need to quickly undermine this pawn, otherwise it's just gonna sit there, killing this bishop off. Right? This is I don't really play this line as black. Like I've faced Rossolimo, because I've played knight c6 quite a few times before, and I've faced Rossolimo, and against Rossolimo I would play a g6 just to make sure that I don't create any. E6 is a fine move. It's just in this line where white captures on c6, some of the squares become really weak, and while it is still okay, once again, as far as I know, the engine believes that black's position is more than okay. It felt uncomfortable for me to be playing that, so I would usually go g6 and then recapture back with a d pawn, making sure that my bishop can come out. Once again, black has other issues in this case. It's actually mostly the pawn structure, but yet they have a bishop pair and stuff. So by the way, I think this is a line that Aronian played in one of his games, right? But then he played it in a weird manner. He played knight f6, and his knight went all the way back to g7, right? And if you guys remember the first round, that idea didn't really work out for Levon all that well. But I would say the position is very solid for black here, and I'll be playing with e6 just means that he's prepared. He was prepared to face the capture in c6, and so I guess his opponent believed him and didn't do such pattern of castle. If I played knight g7, kind of removing this idea from the equation, because now if white takes in c6, black can always just recapture with a knight. It makes very little sense for white to do so, as they lose a bishop pair. Rook e1 happened. Actually, Rook e1 is a multi-purpose move. I'm not sure if you guys knew, but in Rossolimo, very often would your bishop just retreat all the way back to f1. This is why you mostly play Rook e1, given your bishop stays alive for this long, right? Move 5, Rook e1 happened, and now with a6, the bishop will be going back to f1. It's just kind of hiding away for the time being, and white is very likely to try for d4, which usually happens way earlier, but in this case, it's one of the main ideas, or potentially c3, d4, right? Just to make sure white gets a strong center. Okay, so Fabio played knight d4, which kind of immediately forces white to make a choice whether white wants to take on d4 right away and break, you know, kind of make black's pawn structure a bit worse, or whether white wants to ignore it and go back bishop f1. And both options I think are on the table, but in this case Shaparyanov went for the capture. This pawn is kind of a nuisance a little bit for white to deal with, right? Because the knight always wants to go to c3, and here it's not possible anymore because of this pawn. And so yeah, here we see exactly why Shaparyanov just immediately tries to solve the problem by playing c3, undermining the pawn. a6, bishop f1. Once again, the bishop is almost always exclusively goes back to f1 if it can. Knight c6, b4. Okay, so this is where I'm kind of already out of my comfort zone, because I've never really seen or played. No, I mean I've seen these positions before, obviously, but I've never really played them myself, and definitely haven't seen white launching this pawn push on the queen side this early. So bishop d6 came to be, bishop b2, capture, queen c7. Okay, so I think this was the position that I saw when I switched to this game, and ever since there were a couple more moves being played, and white went h3. Makes perfect sense. I was thinking that maybe g3 would also make a lot of sense, because, you know, just to make sure apologies, just to make sure that this diagonal is blocked by the pawn chain. Although there are some issues with playing g3, and that's mainly that once again it weakens some squares such as f3. It's hard for black to take advantage of that immediately though, right? Knight coming to e5 would do absolutely nothing, because f4 and everything is taken care of, right? The f3 is defended, the c4 is defended. So I feel like after g3, black would have likely just castled and then followed through with the normal, quote-unquote normal development for the Sicilian. The engine prefers it slightly for white, but once again, it's that this kind of advantage is negligible, right? The position seems very playable, very alive, and honestly, I'm looking forward to what's going to happen in the middle game, as both players are still blitzing out the moves, right? So far, both Ivan Shaparyanov and Fabiano Caruana haven't spent any time at all for their moves. Well, maybe a couple of seconds here and there, because you see both of them sitting at approximately an hour and 31 minutes, meaning that they have been thinking a little bit. And here I think Fabi spent over 5 minutes for this move bishop b7, which is actually quite interesting. I wonder what was he considering other than bishop b7, since his last move, so he played b6 very quickly, right? You know, it was less than 30 seconds spent for this move, and then after a3, maybe a3 was what kind of threw him off, because as I can see here, white almost always exclusively plays knight c4 right now, forcing the bishop away from d6. And once again, the engine does give white a little bit of a preference, but, you know, seeing how quickly Fabiano is playing right now, something is telling me that he knows exactly what he's doing, and that the position is actually okay for black, just somewhere along the way. Like in a couple more moves, the engine is very likely to change, you know, its evaluation into equality, or maybe even start giving preference to black. That's what I feel, because otherwise, I don't see why Fabi would decide to play this line. Looks like a Spanish bird variation, now looks like a Sicilian Paulsen. Yeah, this is basically a Sicilian Paulsen, right? It kind of transposed into the Paulsen with black getting this queen c7, bishop d6 set up, and there's even an idea of bishop h2 check. Sometimes black just includes this check to force the king into the corner, so now the king is, even though it may feel like white king is safe, but it's actually more stuck on h1. I feel like black would likely want to go back to e5, that's why b5 here is usually a move, knight e3, and then the bishop is going to retreat to e5, with black having a fairly simple and straightforward development, right? Just the normal Sicilian stuff. Bishop comes out to b7, rooks go to c8 and d8. Yeah, and honestly, yeah, I don't mind this. I don't mind this for black whatsoever. Yeah, the engine really likes this for white, but I think this is easy to play. It's also very important. The ease of play of certain opening lines, yeah, should also be accounted in for whenever you prepare for your games, because actually I've made a lot of mistakes like this myself, but where I would choose to go for some really complicated line, and then it's very hard to analyze all the moves, all the sidelines and complicated lines. And sometimes your opponent just does something that makes sense, but you missed it in your prep, and then you have to sit there and spend 10, 15, 20 minutes just kind of trying to figure out what's going on because you missed it in your prep. Because the position is so complicated that you can't just blitz the moves out even when you don't even when you don't know what's happening, right? So this is nothing like that. This is very simple, very natural. You just get your pieces out, right? You position them the way you normally would. You would then look for some breakthroughs like d5, maybe a5. So it's good. I like this choice by Fabi. So Fabi does go bishop b7. His opponent goes c4. Yeah, at this point, both players are beginning to think. And c4 kind of attempts for Maroczy bind, right? This is a Maroczy bind setup. Although the pawn on c4 usually has a defender, right? Usually white has their pawns positioned like this, where each pawn defends the other. But here the c4 may eventually become a target, although it's unlikely, right? There's a bishop defending, there's a knight defending, so yeah, I think the c4 pawn is probably in good hands right now. And yet something is telling me this is not as good as your typical Maroczy bind, which is good news for Fabi. He shouldn't have any problems. I would assume the move like bishop e5 here would make a lot of sense, trading away a strong bishop on b2, or maybe just continuing the development of rook d8 and rook c8. Bishop e5 is available at most times, so we may not have to invest ourselves and commit to this bishop trade. Hello Manuzevich, what's up? Oh yeah, well I'm already it's funny how I noticed your most recent messages, and then I went back to your older message where you say where you're saying hi. And Dominic, yeah, Dominic is in the chat. Hello Dominic, thanks for fixing stuff. Very nice of you. Let's see. What's okay? So Adit in YouTube, Adit was asking what's the bishop doing on f1. So the bishop on f1 is let's go back to this position here and go back to the point where white played bishop f1. So the bishop on f1 is in hiding for the time being. Okay, I hope there was not there was some kind of lag on my end where I got disconnected from Lichess. I hope you guys didn't see that, but anyway, the bishop on f1 is in hiding, and what white has done essentially is just got themselves ready for the play in the center. And because if you keep the bishop elsewhere, like if you think about where your bishop, first of all, your bishop can't even go anywhere reasonable unless you trade it away, right? You can trade it away. That's definitely a possibility. It's just that usually you don't want to be giving away your bishop pair unless you get something for it. And in this case, I would say that you're not really getting anything substantial. You can get to play d4 quicker per se, but once again, d4 is a kind of move that removes pawns, it trades pawns, making the position more open. And in open positions, the side with a bishop pair will benefit the most, right? The more pawns you trade, the stronger the bishops become, right? Bishops perform better than knights in open positions, and this is why you want to keep your bishops, because pawns get traded all the time, right? And this is why bishops are typically stronger than knights, and in only a few rare cases would the knights be stronger than bishops, and those are the cases where there's a lot of pawn chains on the board. And here, because you're trying to play d4, right? One of your main plans is to try and play in the center, also exchanging pawns at the same time. So you do want to keep your bishops alive because of it. I hope that makes sense. China Slovenia board 4. Okay, absolutely. Matej Shebenik versus Yu Wang, and we have some action. Let's see. It's Sicilian. So yeah, I think we see a pattern, the opening pattern here. I would say that the London, the Fedoseyev's chose to play London against Ding was one of the first kind of unusual opening things that I've seen so far, and everything else is pretty much normal. This is a normal Najdorf, although white does go for the knight f3 sideline. I always thought that knight f3 is not not very dangerous because, well, first of all, the idea of there are a couple of ideas for knight f3. I think white wants to make sure the bishop is able to get onto this long diagonal, right? In this kind of knight, for black ends up playing e5, white almost always tries to play against this outpost, right? The square on d5 is an outpost, so white wants to get as many white pieces as possible near that square and eventually occupy it. Because if white manages to control that white square, if white has a knight positions there, black will be in trouble. So this is why you see white trying their very best to have as many pieces around that square as possible. And I always thought that a simple way to deal with this is to just play queen c7, because it kind of just disallows the bishop c4 idea, meaning that white almost never has either enough time to get their pieces closer to d5, or just doesn't get, or white just doesn't get to do that, period. Going knight d5 right away doesn't really do anything for white, so white needs to make sure that the white piece, once it gets to d5, it can stay there, and knight d5 would just be an even trade of the knights. Taking back with a pawn, this is actually, I'm pretty sure that if you guys watched some Nadrov games, you probably have seen this kind of structure all the time, and this happens because white kind of accepts the fact that they are unable to control the d5 with a light piece, and they end up trading and trading on d5 and putting their pawns there instead. So now in this position, the plans become completely different. Now, instead of fighting for the central square control, now white has a pawn majority advantage on the queen side, right? So here's a queen side here, and white has more pawns there. So what white usually tries to go for is a pawn push and a breakthrough on c5, while black uses their own pawn majority advantage on the king side, pushing the pawns here and potentially in the center. So a very brief overview of what happens in these lines. And knight f3, once again, I thought that queen c7 is just the simplest way to equalize, but Matej Szczepanik seems unfazed by white playing bishop c4. So once again, in this day and age, engine makes a lot of things possible, and that's including kind of playing in a completely different manner. Like I always thought that allowing bishop c4 is not good for black, because it allows white to get better control over the d5. But it looks like I was. So why not bishop b3 though? I thought that taking on e6 helps black, right? Because if white takes on e6, black gets to bring in the pawn to e6, and that erases any and all chances for white to control the d5. And this is why I always thought that bishop would be better off just going back to b3. This is a line, right? This is one of the lines that quite a few very strong grandmasters ended up playing. Results are mixed. White won a few, black won a few, but looks like overall black is actually doing quite well here, which once again wouldn't be my first guess, because it feels, okay. So what did I? Oh yeah, because okay, so a castle is just a horrible mistake, as there is knight g5 and no defense against this. But apparently black is doing relatively well here. Let's see, is knight g5 a move? I guess black has to. Oh, black has bishop c4. Takes, and once again white is not on time getting their light piece to d5. Okay, this makes sense. So I guess with just black bishop coming out to e6 like this, it's still very hard for white to make progress around the d5 square. But it looks like Wang Yu is once again unfazed by this, and he just goes ahead and takes an e6, plays knight g5. So very direct attacking attempt against the e6 pawn. Queen d7, queen f3, h6. h6 is already an inaccuracy. So apparently here, what is okay? So yeah, so Matej Szczepanik did spend quite a bit of time for this move h6, and it seems to be an inaccuracy, because black would have been better off playing d5 right now, which makes sense. But it is, I would say, it is quite scary, because black is down a lot of development, right? So white would castle long, black has to play d4. There's no other way. White has way too many attacks against the d5 pawn, so black has to go d4. And now white has bishop takes d4. Yeah, oh yeah, this is getting kind of crazy, if you ask me. And then e5, sacrificing a piece, but oh well, what did we expect? This is the Sicilian defense. Welcome to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. No, I'm not gonna sing or rap. That's not a good idea. I was told multiple times that I'm not good at it, so I shall spare you guys some brain cells. Hello, Tahouse. I hope I spelled it right. To me, it seems many of these Olympiad games end up with wildly sharp positions. Some of yesterday's games were like a different variant of chess. Yeah, and you know, I welcome that. It's great. It's great that people are not shying away from fighting. It's great to see blood being spilled, I guess. That sounds a bit wrong, but in chess terms, right? Illia is president of the Sicilian Haters Club. I'm not hating on Sicilian. What are you talking about? I play Sicilian myself. It's a great opening. It's a kind of opening where you go wrong against the 20, you make one wrong move against the 2700 player and you're done. Wait, Linux, did you do some poll on who's gonna win in Fedosea versus Ding game? Was that the poll? Honestly, Fedosea is a very dangerous player. Knowing how well he's been playing over the past couple of years and how much progress he's made, you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see him, you know, upsetting Ding. And also, given the fact that Ding has been a little bit off his best game, you know, chances are that Fedosiev might deliver the fatality. Okay. If you guys, once again, I want to remind you that if you guys manage to find some interesting games that you would like me to analyze on stream, I welcome that. I can only see this many games by myself, and you know, sometimes I get suggestions from the Lichess people, but you know, once again, it's hard to follow through so many games. I try my best, but it's not, you know, it's not a given. So if you guys manage to find something interesting, you know, throw it in my direction, and we'll take a look at it together. Among other interesting players, I guess we take a look. Okay, so is this, could this position have happened in one of my other games analysis from yesterday? I think this this position had the potential of happening in some of the games from yesterday. Yeah, here, like knight e2. Knight e2 is not an obvious choice, because here obviously the black is just hitting the g2, and the obvious decision would be to just develop the knight to f3 and forget about that possibility. But no, you see white goes knight g2, and I'm not quite sure if white is prepared or not, because yeah, white is spending a lot of time. So black just, you know, Anish just goes ahead and calls the bluff, picks up the g2, and goes back to f3. I was thinking that maybe bishop e4 would be a bit stronger, and I would be wrong. But now I have to figure out why. Why am I wrong? So most people here play a3, black captures, white captures, bishop. Oh, I think now I understand. Okay, so I'm wrong because there are two possibilities. So black bishop is under attack, black pawn is under attack. In order to save both of these pieces, black needs to do one of the two things. Either play bishop g6, just like the move I just showed you guys, or take on d3. So after this capture, white will recapture, and once again the g7 is still under attack, so black would likely probably just castle or play something like g6, right? And here, after e4, white, with this amazing open file for the rook, amazing center, multiple threats on the king side, white has more than enough compensation for the missing pawn, like way more. Like I'm surprised that this is only just tiny bit better for white. In my mind, this is just close to winning. But I guess black, there are a couple of things black can do to defend themselves. Most people here played knight e8, which just looks awfully passive. So I guess this is why the bishop does not retreat back to e4, but instead goes to f3. And Anish spent a long time here. He spent 20 minutes just to calculate this capture. And I wonder if he just doesn't, or if he just didn't know that this is indeed a line that white can play. I think he was just making sure he's double checking everything. I guess now if white goes ahead and takes on g7, it's very likely that the rook will just get trapped simply. I think probably just bishop. No, not bishop g4. Let me think about this. Is the rook getting trapped? There is also knight g4. I think knight g4 is probably it. Yeah, knight g4. I was a little bit unsure about the h7 hanging, but white can never take on h7. Now as I'm thinking about it, if white ever takes on h7, there's queen h4 in the end, hitting both the bishop and the pawn, and white just simply loses. There's actually no way for white to defend the f2. f2 falls. Either f2 or the bishop on h7 is gonna fall, so black is completely winning now. Okay, so white didn't take on g7. White played rook g3. Anish took on c3. White took, and he played bishop e4. So far so good. Anish is playing this very well, and I wonder what's the difference here. So what if white goes for the same exact idea? What if white just, let's say, forces black to trade? Now g7 is still hanging, and white is still trying to play e4. So what changed is that now white has doubled pawns on the c file. Wait. What if the correct way, I don't know what's the right move here. I see that black has played g6 here in one of the games, which seems to be okay, but I was wondering, what if black goes for d5 and kind of just decides to give the pawn back? Like if white takes here, black would play knight e4, and for some reason it doesn't work. I would say that this is an interesting option, right? There's a black queen trying to come out to either f6 or h4. I would think that this is definitely a line worth considering, but the engine is just relentless, just crushing my dreams left and right. Magnus is also playing Sicilian. We'll actually take a look at Magnus's game next. 80% on draw, 20% on a ding win. Yeah, what? Nobody bet a single point on Fedoseev? What? That's crazy. You guys are wild. Okay. All right, so I'm trying to see why this doesn't work. It looks decent. Maybe no, not rook g4. Maybe just like moving somewhere, but moving back with rook g2. Yeah, I guess this is just, oh, because the bishop is coming out to a3 and white and black can only castle long, but it may not be all that safe because of the b6 inclusion. Yeah, I don't know. This feels unclear to me. I really like the knight on e4. You know, I like that white has a fixed pawn structure. I like that the bishop on c1 is not exactly all that great, but I guess that's not enough. I guess it's just not good enough. I think so I think Anish understands this position way better than me, and he made an interesting choice to play knight h5. Once again, it's one of those moves that you normally don't want to make. Brings the knight over to the edge of the board, but here you have a good reason for it, and that's because it misplaces the white rook. Now white rook is kind of stuck on h3, since it would prefer to be on the g file, but now it's on h3, so you know, not quite sure what it's doing there. G6, white will most likely play e4, and yeah, here, even though the engine likes this for black, I think it's more of an unclear case here. I don't mind white's position per se, but you know, a pawn is a pawn, and the fact that white has a weakness, which is not easy to fix long term, you know, makes me believe that Gary has a good shot at winning this game even. But we'll see what happens. Okay, so going into Norway's match. Trying to I found it. Unfortunately, there's no camera feed for this match. But this is Paulsen, right? This is just a plain, you know, unfiltered, as Paulsen as it gets, basically. Yeah, and Magnus's opponent is going for the Maroczy bind with early c4. So just kind of trying to seize as much space as possible using these pawns. Magnus has spent some time. Wait, what happened here? Was Magnus late for his game? Isn't there a zero tolerance rule? So Magnus is down 10 minutes on the clock. That must have been because, or maybe I mean, some people like to spend a lot of time for their first move. Maybe Magnus is one of those people. I wouldn't know. Illia streaming all by myself again, yeah. Sag. Well, you know, it's definitely more fun and engaging streaming with other people, but it's hard to make it work, right? I would say that finding someone local who would be willing to stream at this early hour here in the US is quite difficult. But you know, maybe during one of my other streams I'll have a guest or two. You never know. Anyway, it's really throwing me off that Magnus has a 12-minute deficit here, and yeah, once again we have just a pretty common Maroczy bind situation here. Magnus decided to not play bishop d6, even though it feels like a pretty common. Oh, actually, you know what? I think I had a game like this with black, and I didn't do well after playing bishop d6. It happened either last year or 2 years ago during a World Open. That was a really tough tournament for me. I played horribly during that World Open, and I'm pretty sure this is the setup I went for. My opponent just played king h1, and I realized that actually taking on h2 is not a good idea, yeah, because there's f4, my bishop is going to get trapped, white will play e5, and just it's not good to be taking that pawn. Otherwise, this piece formation is kind of pointless. I shouldn't have drawn the arrow from b8, should have drawn it from c7 like this. Now this piece formation is pointless unless you do decide to take an h2, which is almost never a thing. So it's good to see Magnus realizing that in play knight c6. Yeah, Magnus is taking it kind of slow, giving it a couple of minutes of thought every now and then. So knights got traded off, and Magnus played h5. Again, this is a prepping move to make bishop d6 actually work, because if the black pawn reaches h4, I'm pretty sure black will begin threatening the capture on h2. Bishop e3, bishop d6. Now we have this position currently at the board. I guess king h1 right now would be a mistake because black can take, right? Yeah, black can and will take on h2, and after f4, just bishop g, or maybe even knight g4 would be okay, but bishop g3, but wait, bishop g3, there's bishop takes b6. Let's see. Here takes. I wanted to say maybe black can just go ahead and take on b2, but that's very dangerous. I don't think that's a good idea, right? There's, although it's fine. I'm failing to understand what's happening. I guess it's just because of king east. No, wait, just queen c3, right? Queen c3 defends the knight. If queen h8, king e7, and now we're threatening queen h3, queen g2. Wait, no, we're threatening to take on e4 first with either piece, and then we will be threatening queen h3, queen g2 as soon as the e4 pawn is gone. Oh man, hiccups by me everywhere. But yeah, this is a crazy position, as you guys can see. A lot of pieces are just flying around the board, and yet white's king safety is jeopardized, and you know, this is why white should be very, very careful. And the king h1 idea probably no longer works at all. So I wouldn't be surprised to see like a, you know, standard response like f4 here. Oh, excuse me. F4, e5 is now a threat. Would black play e5 himself? I don't think so, right? If black goes e5, this is it just doesn't feel right. Weakening the d5 square. White can even maybe play f5 followed by knight d5, and yeah, this is just not. Like, what did we do all this stuff for on the b8 h2 diagonal, right? If you play e5, it feels wasteful. So over here, after f4, I see that there was a game played between two pretty strong players, Rafael Miranda and D. Flores. And in this game, White ended up playing e5. Black responded with knight g4. So far, so good, right? So far, both players are playing quite well, not making any critical mistakes. White played bishop d4. Yeah, I feel like losing the dark squared bishop would just be immediately horrible for White, because you know, as we already know, the king hiding on h1 is not exactly ideal, especially as White played e5, opening up a big diagonal. So this is why you see White playing bishop d4, trying to save the dark squared bishop, and Black here played d6. This feels like some kind of opening prep on. So you see capture, capture. I don't think it, like, either player would be willingly playing this unless they were equipped with a preparation of some sort. It's yeah, it's a cool position to see, cool position to play. The h5 is open. I would prefer Black, because in my mind I'm the one trying to win. There's an open h5. I have a bishop pair. You know, White's king is, you know, not great, to say the least. Like, I would think that if I'm playing this as White, I would think that I'm like on the verge of losing, because I'm scared. You know, I'm looking at my king's position. I'm looking at my opponent's pieces. And I'm just scared. But looks like the player with white pieces was mostly unfazed. Also here, here the agent does give strong preference to Black at this point. Although this move f5, Black is playing exceptionally well in this game, and yet Black was unable to win. f5, I guess we're just launching. We're just going in. g5, f4, and go, go, go. It's funny how Black hasn't castled, but Black doesn't need to castle. Actually, castling would actively hurt Black. that would be removing a rook from the open h file. So very cool stuff. Definitely exceptionally interesting opening choices here. Zero tolerance rules rarely apply to world champions. What? There is no way. I mean, it's same rules for everyone, right? No preferential treatment. He went to get OJ. Thanks, Linux. Okay, let's see. Thanks for stopping by, Buck Hunter. Good luck at your job. Hello, Bola. Can I look at David Navarro's game? Absolutely. Wait, oh wait, David Navarro and Sean Rodriguez. Yeah, Czech Republic and Canada. Yeah, David is one of those top level players that I had a pleasure of interacting with on quite a few occasions back, you know, like 10, 11, 12 years ago, and he struck me as an extremely, like, an amazing person to be around, like very friendly, very helpful, an exceptional chess player. So once again, one of the players I'm really rooting for and wish him well. And yeah, let's go ahead and find Czech Republic here in the list. I think it's going to be just easier if I do it this way. Board 1. Okay, so we have this is so far, this is nothing new. I'm going to tell you that immediately. This is also one of the lines that I extensively looked at from Black's side. What I do remember about this line is that it requires an extensive engine analysis and remembering everything. This is one of the lines that if you screw up in it as Black and as White, you lose almost right away. So here, for example, I think White usually castles, kind of allowing the pawn capture and queen e1. And this position feels like White is losing because just so many pawns are getting captured here by Black on the queen side. But because, once again, because it's a Caro-Kann, and because Black is having significant issues with their piece development, it kind of works out in White's favor. As now with Black queen on b2, Black is forced to forget about their kingside piece development, and is now needs to focus on getting the queen the heck out of there, because if it stays, you know, there's gonna be consequences. And yeah, you have 282 games that were played here, and Black You see, black actually struggles a lot because black almost never wins, loses sometimes, but mostly makes a draw here, and it's unpleasant. So something like this can potentially happen, bringing us into a slightly worse endgame for black. White will probably just be given this check first, and then king f8, and I guess taking on f5. White will be recapturing their missing pawn at some point. But because black pieces are so disorganized, like here c4 takes, I guess rook takes c4, and then the rook is coming into d7 and c7. Once again, this is unpleasant. I wouldn't want to be playing this position as black. Yeah, we see black kind of gets away with it. Actually, this game black lost, even though they are already okay. It just kind of shows you how tricky it is to play, even if tricky to play this as black, even if you manage to kind of get a reasonable position in the end game. But Navarre actually doesn't go for this line because I guess it's just a well-known line, and people who play this as black, they are usually very well prepared, and sometimes even basically until a draw, people have analyzed these sacrifices on b2 and c2 inside out. So David goes for a much more rare move, bishop b5, which sees his bishop being kind of quote-unquote trapped on b5, but once again, not a big deal since black will be way behind in development, and I see that white's results here are also more or less reasonable with white, although not very many people play this line as of late. I see one of the last games that was played in this line was from back in 2022 between two international master level players, and grandmasters haven't played, top grandmasters haven't played this line for over 10 years now. Was the most recent one between two top grandmasters, Arkady Naidich and Viktor Lasnichka, that was played back in 2011. So not exactly a very popular line, but you see, this is why this is how top level players prepare. They do not necessarily try to find like forced wins in the opening. What they try to do is they try to take their opponents out of the comfort zone by playing sidelines, which in reality are also okay for their opponents, but their opponents would need to use their own head, their own brain to figure stuff out, and oftentimes it doesn't work that way. Oftentimes, sometimes grandmasters are able to figure stuff out and just naturally survive or naturally get a good position in opening lines that they've never seen before. But more often than not, people screw up somewhere along the way, right? Even if they are as strong as a grandmaster, they're still finding ways to screw up. And this is how most of these guys prepare. Like, they're not looking for big advantages in the openings. They're just looking for opening lines that are still okay, but the lines that require their opponents to use their head, to use their brain, right? Kind of giving your opponent rope is how you win in chess. Like, you need to receive help from your opponent. You need your opponent to make inaccuracies, make mistakes, and playing sidelines can sometimes be a sure way to do that, because it takes a toll on some people's ability to figure stuff out in unknown positions. Your streaming is very good, instructive, and deep explanations. Well, thanks. I try my best. I hope I'm not making it sound a bit too complicated. If you guys feel like you're losing the track, please let me know. I'll try to explain it in some simpler terms. Black's kingside development doesn't seem easy. Yeah, that's actually probably the main issue in Caro as an opening overall, that you can barely find good places for your pieces. And I see that black here even just goes ahead and plays a6, which further delays the development of the king side. And it's something that you see. This is the first decision that black needs to make. Playing a6 and not developing, right? Not getting the pieces out, but playing a6 and just further postponing the development of the king side. It's tough because as a Caro-Kann player, at least I would expect myself to be mostly concerned with my pieces being unable to come out, right? I know that's the issue I have. I know that I need to be working on fixing it as soon as possible. And yet here you see the correct move is to play a6, which not everybody played. Some people did play knight g7. This is still okay, but not you know, it can get a little bit dicey. Maybe a move like h6 would be kind of considerable, as it allows black's light squared bishop to hide over on h7. This way, black will not be allowing the trade, right? Because white against any other move, white is going to play knight h4, and this guarantees that white will be getting the light squared bishop one way or the other. So h6, in my mind, would be a logical move because it allows my bishop to survive. But once again, as we can see, h6 is already a sort of an inaccuracy, because I guess maybe white can just still play an h. No, this is not bad. What if I tries to expand on this side? Still no bueno. Why is that? Maybe because still a6. Okay, I'm getting it wrong every move. This is kind of upsetting. I would expect myself to be doing better than this. Let's see, bishop b4. I'm not, once again, I can't see the value. I can't see the engine analysis, so I'm in the dark myself. And you see, I'm you know, I guess one may argue that I'm not really trying all that hard to figure stuff out, because I'm not actually playing the games. And if I was playing, I would be thinking about this in a slightly different manner. But still, you know, I'm unable to figure everything out by myself, as though I am in this relaxed setting. You know, I would expect myself to still be, you know, more or less a capable player, and yet I'm failing every other move. As you can tell, it's not easy. And no, these players, well, once again, they are probably better equipped than me. They're still struggling, nevertheless. Okay. Let's see. Oh, Andrew, what's up, Andrew? Good to see you. MadQuick Chess. Shout out to MadQuick. How's it going? How are the poker games? Can we look at the Blomqvist game? He's trying to sack a piece. Absolutely. Let's go ahead and do that. Playing against Kirill Shevchenko, I believe Kirill is now representing Romania. Yep. Kirill used to be playing for Ukraine, but then he switched federation, now is representing Romania. That one I know. And is this so? This is obviously Sicilian. But it started off as a sideline, and then slowly transposed into classical variation. This used to be a main line back in 1900s, like middle and late 1900s. People would play this all the time, and I think, yeah, all in all, Black has decent results here. So yeah, nothing unusual. White decides to go for a quick long castle. So here I would when I was little, I would the coach would show me the sideline where white would play f3, and the bishop e7, h4, and then now black would usually try to play something like d5, which would be very dangerous because white has this weird retreat, queen e1, and now black would begin experiencing some serious problems with the pawn on d5. So black couldn't be playing d5 breakthrough this early. And that's how I ended up winning a lot of games, because people back in those days would try to play d5 as quickly as possible, which was a mistake. And you know, this was more or less an opening trap back then. Wait, so f3 did happen actually. f3 is a good move all in all. It defends the e4, gets ready to you know, to push the g4 pawn. So multi-purpose move, which white makes almost every time. Now white played king b1. Once again, king b1 is just to make sure your king doesn't die on the c-file. Oftentimes it's very useful, and it doesn't really delay things all that much, because white would have to play king b1 anyway, like sooner or later. Like black will have enough pressure on the c-file to force white to play king b1. Okay, so queen c7, h4. Why is this not becoming a main line? Okay, now it's a main line. Queen c7, h4, h6. Okay, so h6 is a main move, but it's a kind of main line move that makes you a little bit worried. Like I guess Kirill is you know, is aware of all the common ideas of this opening. It's just that it feels to me like once I play h6, I can't really I can't really castle because then I'm just gonna get exposed immediately since h6 is now a hook. So maybe here black is not really looking to castle. Let's see how it went. Kirill played knight d7. This is not the first time we see this maneuver, right? We've seen this maneuver in Vasily Ivanchuk's game, although in that game he was sort of in trouble. Like he went for knight d7, knight b6, bringing the knight over to c4, but that was done against the h3, g4 line in neither of. So here knight d7, knight b6, I guess also makes some sense. Oh, c4. Would you look at that? c4 is not the kind of move I would be expecting to see. Oh my god, so the queen is getting trapped, right? If black takes, we can just take on c4. That is just wonderful. Look at this. I've never seen, well, I mean, I have seen the c4 idea before. I've never seen this work in this setting this early. And then the queen just has nowhere to run. It has to go to a3, and then it just gets trapped by the knight. Wow. But you see, white got to play c4 only because he prepared this. What kind of quote-unquote prepared? I would say that the c4, well, c4 is a relatively novel idea, because once again, if black has their pieces positioned in a specific manner, c4 shouldn't be working. But now, because white's king is off the c file, now it works and allows white to develop with a tempo. And bishop comes to c4, begins hitting the e6. Yeah, I would be very concerned here as black. Yeah, and I totally agree that now this sacrifice makes a lot of sense to me, because we have, with a bishop on c4, black king's position is just getting absolutely destroyed, right? If black takes on h6, which actually black should do, it feels like it's just going to be over any time now. Let's say, is bishop f6 the only defense? Because the main problem is that the rook is coming to g3 and it's just checkmating us. So I feel like we need to defend somehow, but there's knight e6, right? This is just winning for white. So what's the defense here? It says +1. When I see a position like this and I see Engine's evaluation of +1, I get really confused, because in my mind it's either winning or not. It's either a winning or some kind of perpetual check. So looking at this and seeing that white is just slightly better kind of makes me a little bit confused, and I will spend some time thinking about what black should do here. I guess maybe knight e5. How does black even defend themselves against this? Also, knight e6 is always there. There's some knight f5s too. Like it's just so many. There's just so many threats here. Like how is this just 1 point of advantage for white? Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that, Andrew. Unfortunately I'm in a situation where I can no longer afford playing anything. I've made a mistake, and GG killed me. So yeah, been running really badly over the past 4 months. So yeah, that's gonna see me doing a lot more chess, which I'm very happy about. Chess is a great game. I'm happy to be doing this commentary for Lichess, commentating the Olympiad. A lot of exciting games. Honestly, this gives me an opportunity to pick up some of the opening ideas, some of the minds of these players, because I'm not very used to be working on openings myself. So once again, seeing these games is a great help. I hope you guys find it as helpful as I do, because you know top chess players, not even top, like any chess player in the Olympiad has a capability of showing something amazing, whether it's an opening idea, whether it's an amazing middle game play, amazing end game play. So I'm really looking forward to seeing more games and hoping to learn a lot of new things from them. Still not seeing it. I'm looking. I promise I'm not this bad. Do you guys see it? How does black not lose on the spot? Knight e5 doesn't do anything. We just still play rook h3. It doesn't work, right? Yeah, it's just over. Rook h3. What's the defense here? Bishop e4 doesn't work. It does absolutely nothing. Knight f6 doesn't work. Still rook h3, rook g3. Just checkmate right away. I'm so confused. Bishop f6 is too slow because there is knight e6 and white wins. Maybe some weird d5 and then just take away the g3 square? No. Also d5 I can just take and go bishop d3 and just checkmate like this. If I'm Kirill, I don't know. If I'm Kirill, I'm not taking the bishop, I guess. Knight f6 is too slow. Yeah, I already checked that, right? So knight f6. Let me go back to it. Knight f6 just, yeah, you're too slow. Just rook h3. And knight h7, you're still mated. Queen g7. Like I see why Kirill is he still hasn't taken the bishops here. See, he spent almost 20 minutes here calculating the capture. I don't want to be cheating. Like I want this is like at this point it's a matter of principle. Like I want to find this without using an engine's help. Oh, I think maybe I see it. Yeah, I think it's queen a5, right? Okay, queen a5 is not as bad as everything that we've checked so far, but I'm trying to bring my queen over here, and from e5 is going to help me defend against the queen g3. I think it's just still lost. Just knight e6, yeah? No, wait, black shouldn't take, black should... Okay, okay. No, wait. Still queen e5, yeah? No, no, black's position is lost. It's not possible. Even if white just takes on the fate, this is probably how white gets better. But yeah, if this is +1, this is just lost. I'm sorry. In practical chess, this position is lost for black. They're not gonna survive here. They're gonna make some kind of mistake somewhere along the way because this is a position where you're worse and you're forced to make only moves for like 10 moves straight. It's not possible, I'm afraid. At least that's my prediction. If the game ever gets into this kind of position, I feel like Kirill is just gonna lose somewhere. F6, of course, not F6. You're too tired, you'll stop. No, it's okay. Just keep trying. You know, it's fine. We're trying to figure it out together. But yeah, very, very exciting game. And you see, this is not the first time we see people really struggle in Sicilian, right? This is not the first time we see black, really strong players playing Sicilian with black pieces and completely getting like almost annihilated. Just tells you something about the opening. It's a good opening, but many people get it wrong. Even the best of the best. Okay, let's actually go ahead and take a look at Uzbekistan versus Croatia match. Okay, so at least now we see something a bit more normal and timid, yeah? I think for the past couple of rounds, the Uzbeki guys have been going all out, playing some crazy lines, crazy positions. But this one seems more normal, right? What is this? This is just Catalan. And white didn't get to open the position because black played early a5, and yeah, I've played this line myself, and yeah, it's hard to make stuff work here because black has no weaknesses, and black will eventually play c5 and everything is going to get traded away. Chances are that we're going to probably see a draw here unless there's going to be some serious mistake from either side, which I don't really believe in because once again, both of the setups are so solid that it's hard to screw it up. So yeah, this is very common, very typical. I would say that this game will probably be ending with a nice result of a draw. Okay, so here we have, in this game, we have Rogozin. I have a love-hate relationship with Rogozin because I play it myself from black side. But the thing is that if white... Yeah, I've made a mistake. I've played Rogozin against much lower rated opponents a couple of times. And the truth of the matter is that it is... I wouldn't say it's close to impossible to win in certain lines in Rogozin, but it's like black has a type of position. Oftentimes black gets into a sort of position where they can't really do much, right? They have to kind of sit and wait for white to do something for them to get their winning chances. And if your opponent just doesn't do anything, it's very, very hard to win. And that's exactly what happened. I've played Rogozin against maybe like 2,400 people who are very strong players, right? FIDE master / international master level players. And they were just okay with a draw, and there was nothing I could do because they didn't want to play for a win. And it was just sad because the game would just end in a draw and nothing. So this is not one of those lines. In this line, white is clearly trying to go for a win, to try and get an advantage. I've also played this line myself a couple of times lately, so I think rook e8 and then bishop f8 is exactly what's going to happen here. Queen's, here it's either rook d1, because black is trying to play e5, right? White is not castled yet, so I think white is usually trying to kind of predict black playing e5 and prepare against it. So usually white plays rook d1 now, as far as I know, and that's what I did in my game. But here, Sasa Martinovic played just bishop e2, and this just incidentally allows black to play e5, which didn't happen. I would expect e5 to happen at some point. But it's not okay. It happened now. Yeah, okay, and this position is pretty typical, pretty standard. White would like to be trying to play. White would like to try and play f4, e5. It's hard to do though. Like f4, I think it's just f4 is actually one of the possible moves here. Let's see. So here white played h3. I guess just trying to take care of any piece jumping on g4 potentially. Also, there is a Greek gift threat, right? The Greek gift is there. Although no, this doesn't work, right? Let's just make a random move for white here. The Greek gift doesn't work because white has bishop f4, right? If not for bishop f4, this would have worked, but now white is just up a piece. And just to stay safe, white decides to play h3. The move in itself is quite useful, although I want to mention and point out that if white does play h3, it makes it a bit more difficult and unpleasant for white to be playing f4. Once again, let's make a random move, which is just in this case it happens to be a good random move, queen e7. Now if white plays f4, they get an additional weakness, which is the g3 square, which black can decide to play against. In this case, it's not a very good thing to do, because I guess it just gives up the central control and white just has knight d5, likely winning material. But I just wanted to kind of point out that the g3 is now there. Also, there is knight g4 check, which is not good. Why is it? Because king g3. Oh my god! Imagine king coming to g3. Yeah, king g3 is the only move, right? If you go king h1, you lose material. So you have to play king g3. I don't I don't know what to say. Well, the king is now on g3. Well, cool. If even the smallest thing goes wrong now for white, they'll lose. That's why I would prefer not having my king on g3. But it's what you get if you invest yourself into this f4 f5 plan. Like, you have to take certain level of risk that your king may get in trouble. But that's what it takes for white to even have a remote chance of winning this, right? They have to accept the dangers that lie within exposing the king side by playing f4, and yet if they manage to survive the black's attack, the central control should be enough to win off of. Okay. Does Queen's Gambit decline have the same problems? Yes, actually, that's exactly what I my last couple of games against Queen's Gambit declined. It's to me, playing against it as white, it feels like hitting my head against the wall. And actually, some of my worst results come from the games where I would try to beat Queen's Gambit declined as white, and I would fail, and I would overpress and lose the games as a result. So actually, I think I've had horrible score against Queen's Gambit decline just because of how hard it is to break through. And if you keep trying, oftentimes your opponent gets some chances here and there, and then overpressing just leads into you losing. So definitely one of my most hated openings to play against. Like, now you guys know how to beat me. Everyone start playing Queen's Gambit decline against me, and you'll win. We have 420 viewers on Twitch. Very nice. Welcome, everyone. Can I show Sri Lanka? Yes, yes, I can. Leko has been thinking for 30 minutes plus. Okay, we're gonna check Leko's game right after we check Sri Lanka's games, which I believe are going to be on some of the bottom boards. But just to be sure. Okay, so they're not here. Probably gonna be somewhere else. No, so I guess they are on the bottom boards. There. Okay, there we found it. Okay. So board 1 of Sri Lanka's team, Illia Nyzhnyk Dilshan, international master from Sri Lanka, having an Italian game here against his opponent, where once again this is not the first game we see where White refuses the Fred liver attack. Right, knight g5 is a Fred liver, and as far as I know, the line ends in a draw. Engine holds the position for Black just fine. So White decides against it, and Black plays h6, even though there is technically no need to play h6 anymore, as Black can just develop normally and attack against f7 doesn't really do much, you know. So h6 kind of feels like a little bit of a waste of time, although looks like it's fine. Okay, so you see here in this case, Black decides to go for a little bit of an unorthodox development idea, trying to flank out as the bishop. They needed to include h6 to make this work, right? Because if h6 is not played, then the bishop doesn't have time to get developed to g7, and now it all kind of makes sense to me. White advances quite a bit on the queen side, hits the f7, but yeah, in Italian and Rui Lopez, Black's position is just gets so solid that it's close to impossible to win anything off of Black right away, right? Hitting f7 does nothing, hitting b7, the bishop is still on c8, life is good, so castle, bishop g7, Black will finish development. White plays d4, so technically it may seem like White is better right now because they have a better central control, but once again, Black's position is very safe, everything is defended, no issues. Knight d8, see, it looks very passive, but I know from experience that it's you know, it's a very difficult thing to try and beat Black in these kinds of positions. Queen f6 feels odd, like it feels that Black may eventually try to launch an attack on the king side with f5, and just having a queen on the pawn's way feels a little bit strange. Yeah, but let's see how it works out for Black. So the trade on e5 took place, and now the white knight is trying to get to d5, and fortunately for White, it's going to probably happen with a tempo, because knight e3 would be immediately hitting the bishop. I guess that's why the bishop gets retreated to e6, knight e3 happens, trade happens, and now Black probably is going to be playing something like c6, I'm assuming. Allowing the knight to get to d5 is not exactly part of Black's plan, but you know, c6 c6 is always, c6 is a blunder. Excuse me, I'm just blind today, right? So knight b6 hits the rook and threatens the fork with knight d7, so Black just loses material on the spot, which, you know, this makes me feel kind of happy for White, since knight d5 is coming in. Knight is going to become a nuisance on d5, and as we can see, it's not going to be that easy for Black to deal with it, because playing c6 would never really be available. Like c6 as a move is even if it does become available and Black doesn't end up losing material, Black is going to get a couple of weaknesses in their position, such as the b6 and d6 squares that White will be able to use for their light pieces to go to. So chances are that White is going to be doing well here. The time is approximately even, with Black being a little bit ahead. So yeah, probably looking like an interesting game here. Let's take a look at other games from Sri Lanka's team. Okay, so this is well, this is a sideline. It's called Chigorin variation in French defense. I've played it myself as well. I like playing sidelines that I don't know how to play. Yeah, most of the sidelines I play don't really end up working for me, but it makes for a fun playing experience, at least. White is trying their best to play d4. Black is trying their best to not allow white to play d4. That's why you see black playing queen b6, and just everything is there to stop the d4. And so white just kind of gives up, plays d3, and now we have just a normal position where everyone is, everyone is solid. Black doesn't have any problems. White doesn't really have problems. Besides, I would say, besides white having some awkward development, like where is this bishop gonna go? Can't go to b2 because can't go to d2 because b2 is currently hanging. So would need to do something with the knight, maybe knight c4. But then knight is gonna get hit as soon as the queen retreats. Knight will be getting hit by b5. So it's a little bit unclear to me how does white finish developing. Besides that, I would say that, it's still very, very solid for either side. Okay, so quickly going through the rest of the games in this match. Okay, so this is that looks like a good news for Sri Lanka's player. So now we have exchange Kara. I find it rather easy to play against exchange Kara since I play Kara-Kan myself as black. Yeah, queen c7 is an important addition. It doesn't let white bring the bishop over to f4, at least not right away. And here, I think bishop g4 is a bit more principal move that black usually makes. Now bishop f4 is once again not recommended because it leads into this kind of endgame that's, I would say, close to impossible to win because it now sees both players having opposite color bishops, and black once again has no problems. It's an endgame. Black will never be getting checkmated, even though they're technically slightly behind in development right now. But once again, too few pieces, too few problems to create. Black should be doing more than fine. And this is why after bishop g4, white usually responds by either kicking the bishop out this way or just playing f3 and just getting one of their pieces onto f4, either the bishop or the knight. So obviously with white having played f3, their position becomes slightly weaker. So this is kind of what black is banking on, that despite the fact that white is going to get their pieces out to f4, they made some weaknesses in their position in the process. So that's going to backfire at a later stage of the game. On e6, I know that this is also one of the common moves to make, but I just don't like the bishop remaining on c8. Like it's as a Kara and French player myself, I just begin unintentionally feeling that I can no longer solve the problem with the bishop. Right? It's not going to go anywhere when it's on c8, and I just don't really like it in general to keep it there. So trade happens, white castles, then goes for the very common idea of bringing the knight over to e5. With the knight on e5, black's hands are not exactly tied up, but it's going to be significantly more difficult for black to navigate because it's hard. It's going to be hard to get rid of the knight. What black usually does once white knight gets to e5, obviously not take it, because if black ever takes it, white will get a massive attack thanks to the open f file, and white's pieces are already naturally looking towards the black's king side. So black would need to move the f6 knight away. You see black trying to expand on the queen side, but then white just plays a3 and it's all over. White knight is successfully going to get to e5, and here, yeah. So here, this is where I would say that black would need to try and do something about the e5 knight. Black can't really move the f6 knight away because h7 is hanging. So yeah, I know the engine says that black is doing okay, but in my mind, this is actually one of the worst things that can happen to black. Like if you have to play a position like this, it feels very unpleasant. I want to get rid of the e5 knight, but I can't. And I know that white has a very, very simple plan. Just bring in the stuff towards the king side and checkmate me. And my own play on the queen side is not really all that relevant. So I would say that this is not ideal. I'm not quite sure why white is just not playing rook e1 here. This would make a lot more sense to me than maybe follow it up with f5. But also, like, rook f3 also felt like very natural here. I guess it's because of knight e4 and then f6. Okay, so you see with knight a5, black did attempt to solve the problem and just kind of kicks the e5 knight out. But yeah, knight g3 just here, I think rook e1 would be probably just preferred. And white played it with queen e2, and this is the current position. Yeah. I would say that white has a great chance to win this, knowing how unpleasant this is for black. I wouldn't wish my worst enemy playing this from black's side, because once again, we have a bad bishop in b7, you're getting constantly attacked, constantly pressured on the king side. Our on attack on the queen side is usually it doesn't work typically. You know, it's or if it does, it's too slow compared to white's attack on the king side. So yeah, I'm very hopeful for the Sri Lanka's team here. And this is okay. Yeah, this is a Catalan line, right? Well, yeah, kind of. It transposes into Catalan. Yeah, this line where queens get traded. Black does end up losing the pawn back, but in the process, they give it back in a way that disconnects white's pawns. So now white has kind of something to worry about. And all in all, I think this is just roughly equal, if I'm not mistaken, given black plays this position accurately. And so far, it looks like that's exactly what's happening. Black should be doing okay here. All right, let me go ahead and look at the chat. Yeah, so next thing we are seeing is gonna be the Lekos game, right? No, my pleasure, SMK Chess. Hello, Silana. Okay, so let's take a look at what made Leko spend over half an hour for his move. I believe it. He is on one of the top boards. Yeah, he's playing as white, playing Rui Lopez, right? So nothing out of ordinary. Rui Lopez where black goes bishop e7, so a bit on the safer side. Bishop e7 and d6. He goes for the a3. I think a4 has been considered the main line here, but a3 has been played basically as much as a4, just kind of making sure the bishop doesn't get trapped and that it can retreat and stay on the long diagonal. Knight c3, yeah, bishop goes back to e2, bishop e6, b4, takes so far. Yeah, this has been played many times by like top players. Magnus played this multiple times. Maxima Shelagraf has played it many times over the years. Yeah, okay, bishop g5. So I guess the idea is to potentially maybe even trade on f6 and plant the knight on d5 with some potential ideas like breaking through with c4 and breaking through with a4. That's exactly what happens. Knight gets planted on d5. Black goes knight d4. And here Leko spent 40 minutes for his next move c4. Huh, that's a head scratching right there. I mean, what did he not expect? Knight d4 is a yeah, a pretty common response in this case. Maybe he wasn't expecting to see this fine in general and was kind of playing off of his memory, but there's only so much you can remember. Or maybe he was just naturally choosing between the options. Like all options are on the table, taking a d4, playing c3 or c4 or a4. Everything, you know, all those moves are pretty much see white having a small, tiny little bit of an edge, but I guess it is an important choice, right? Because if you do take on d4, it's just like what most people did here, then you no longer push the c pawn, right? There's always an en passant now available, so that's the choice, right? Now I guess your play is going to be comprised of attempts to fight for the a file, which is going to be exposing the a file, doubling or maybe even tripling your pieces, and also watching out that your knight doesn't get trapped, because I guess this is not good, as now white ends up winning a pawn on c7, just going to take it. So I guess black is kind of forced to play c6 in this case, and we are forced to trade our good knight on d5. And yeah, here it is. Here's queen a1. So white does manage to infiltrate on the a file, but it doesn't seem all that bad for black. I think something like this even might be a good idea, because I'm trying to play d5. So this is what I was going for, solving black's double pawns problem, right? Just trading the pawns, getting the rook out. And yeah, this feels like maybe white can win this game, but it just feels like it's not going to be enough, right? Black's position is still very solid. Yes, white is currently controlling most of the open, actually all of the open files, but there's no points of entry, right? White would need to somehow find ways to get their pieces connected and get their pieces together, and it's not easy to do because oftentimes white will also be experiencing issues. Let's say, you know, even on first rank, like maybe black can do something like this, which is not the case. But I was just checking if black can kind of hope for the counterplay on the first rank. Why is this not working? Like queen e1 seems like is it queen f1? No. Excuse me. No, this is how to lose games with extra pawns by Illia Nyzhnyk. I should be writing a book, I guess, by now with how many mistakes I've made. I'm surprised to see that this endgame is bad. Oh, actually, no, I'm not. I'm not surprised because white king is just going to be naturally way stronger than black's, way more active. So even though pawns are even, chances are that because of the way white king is positioned here, you'll have a very decent chance to win. Yeah, but once again, this is an interesting position here. Definitely, I would say these choices are probably not worth it to spend 20 minutes for. I guess maybe he's done it because he believed that the position is simple enough that he will just have enough time despite anything. Like like nothing is happening. Honestly, like nothing is really hanging. No tactics available to either side right now. So it's a simple position, right? You're playing it, you're playing this in a strategical manner, right? You're deciding your future plans with this move c4, and maybe Peter just thought that he's gonna be okay in the time front, despite the fact despite how much time he just spent on this. Once again, I find it a little bit off-putting that he spent this much time for c4, but you know, it's about him thinking that he can maybe get a smaller edge if he plays c4 versus, you know, taking a d4, playing a4. Maybe he just didn't believe that that position was enough, even though I believe that that position actually still has some life in it. He decided to not go there and instead just kind of maintains the knights on the board. So this is what happened. Queen came to c2. I guess, wait, queen d7 now runs into knight f6. Otherwise, Leka would likely try or would likely attempt to control the c6 square. Maybe this is why black should be playing rook a6 now. And hoping to kick the knight out by playing c6. And yeah. Once again, black's position is way too solid. Ray Lopez, you know, great opening for both sides, and black does well on average. But still a couple of things that can happen. What about a4? a4, something like this, takes, whole bunch of trades, and black is better. Not sure why, but that's what the engine believes. What am I missing? I'm definitely missing some kind of counterplay on the king side, am I not? Queen g6, g3. Okay, but this is gonna be some draw here. I know it. I know that black will probably just go for perpetual. That's what usually happens in these kinds of attacks. Queen and a knight can't really checkmate, but can do the perpetual with a queen. Although at the same time, I'm not quite sure where white knight should go. Maybe something like g5. Still a draw. Any move I make is a draw. How is it possible? Am I cursed? No, this is not going to be a draw anymore. Oh, this is a draw. Okay, I found it, guys. I found it. All right. So yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for Peter to win, but you know, he's definitely trying. He is not doing very well in terms of time management, but you know, if he believes at any point that he is in danger, he'll probably just go ahead and make a draw. But even in the position I just showed you guys, I feel like black can still just kind of waste time and make white think, and that's the danger of it, right? If you're objectively in a drawn position, but you have to keep playing, there's like no clear-cut way of making a forced draw, and you have no time. There are ways you can screw up. So, but Peter, I would say that Peter would have to be very, very careful from this point on, because he has like less than a minute and a half that he can spend per move if he wants to make it to time control. The main line, yeah, and h6 is a rare idea in top level. Okay, so you're talking about the real Lopez where blackfin, or Italian game where blackfin carrot the bishop to g7. Yeah, yeah. It seems very very natural, because black's position is very, naturally very, very safe and solid, and fake. Bishop is just it just does well in general when it's fan carrot. Would like to hear my thoughts on Max Sudlu's opening choice. In this Lekos game. Oh, I see. You mean here, h6? Ah, I see. Oh, so you're saying black usually plays knight g4. Oh yeah, I didn't notice that. Yeah, you're right. And this kind of just loses the tempo. Yeah, it doesn't I don't really understand why. Well, now white got to win a tempo, kind of. The bishop was in c1, now it's on d2. I don't really see why black would allow this. h6 also seemed, I kind of just skipped through it. Didn't even notice that h6 is not a common response here. But I see that black's having very decent results, mostly draws. I don't see why not. Okay, so Max Sudlu. Let's take a look. Parham. What do we have to show us? Okay, so English, queen a4 check. Not common, right? Usually in these lines, white tries to flank carry quickly, so g3 is the main line, and queen a4. What is queen a4 played for? Like forcing the knight c6? Doesn't the knight go to c6 anyway? In most lines, knight c6 and e5 is the usual setup that black has. So forcing knight c6, maybe there's some immediate threats like knight e5 or knight d4. It doesn't seem like it, but let's keep going. Let's keep looking. He spent 10 minutes here. Was he probably maybe he was surprised by knight f6? Oh, no, knight f6 shouldn't be really all that surprising. He might have been surprised by say d5, honestly. And maybe right now he's trying to remember some of his analysis that this is clearly a sideline, so some of his sideline analysis that he's done some time ago. I don't think he is necessarily very comfortable here, especially based off of how much time he spent so far. He spent over half an hour for the first 6 moves. That's not ideal, right? Because with this rate of using time, he's never gonna make it to move 40. And you see, as we can see, he just goes back to d1. Yeah, I don't think this is I don't think this was good by Parham, but sometimes things don't go as planned in the opening phase, and here clearly he wasted some time. The h4 is a common idea, right? h4 is a common idea. It's just that you don't have to waste time moving your queen back and forth. And here he could have gotten this position was his move on the board had he not played queen a4, right? He could just play knight f3 and then h4, which is it's a possibility as far as I know. g6 and h4 is a line. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, White played this before, and as you can tell, it's just the same position, but with him not losing time moving the queen back and forth. And now, plus it's black to move here. So essentially, what White did is White got themselves a pawn on h4, which should ideally be on h5 by now, because here black just has a very plausible way of stopping h5 by playing bishop g4. And yeah, not so sure he has sped up significantly, which is interesting, because once again, to me, it doesn't make much sense in terms of getting this position from white side, because you can get the same position but without wasting as much time as Parham did. That's why I don't understand the need. So basically, it probably he is improvising, I think, at this point, and what he's doing right now is just him being overly invested into the position, and he's just trying to make it work, whatever it takes, which is a dangerous path. You know, his position is not great objectively. Like, he failed to play d4. Like, he just can't play d4 anymore. But black has a bishop pair. He has a weird looking pawn on h4. Castling kingside will prove difficult. I guess the only thing that's going well for white is that black has some big pawns on the c file. But once again, I'm not a big fan. I guess d3 with the engine. I'm not sure what the engine recommendation would be. Maybe d4 and just giving up a pawn here. Once again, not sure. Maybe this is fine because once again black has double pawns, but you know, besides that, what are black's problems? Black just castles, occupies the d file. Yeah, you know, pawns will be getting attacked, but you know, white also has problems of their own. Like, the pawn on h4 is weirdly placed. I mean, there's no way white is gonna go h5 anymore because the king needs to get out of there, right? The king needs to castle. So playing h5 just becomes irrelevant. Yeah, not loving this really, but you know, it's one of those cases where not everything goes according to plan, but you have to improvise. You have to, you know, try to adjust to unfavorable positions, unfavorable situations, and people like Parham do that kind of stuff very well. So I want to guess that he will probably still be okay, but you know, you might have to kind of turn gears and try to draw this game, because clearly it didn't go as planned. A bad pawn is still a pawn. Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. Like, Koloniki, wait, Ashwin, is that you? I'm not sure. So somebody in YouTube chat with a name Koloniki. Am I tripping? Because a good friend of mine, Grandmaster Ashwin Jairam from India, used to be my roommate, and he told me that his family gave him this nickname Koloniki, which meant something like ridiculous, like something in Indian, like, one of the Indian languages. It means something strange. And so he told me that he's had this nickname for some time. Is that you or is it not you? I mean, it can be just a coincidence. But which season arc of Bleach is your favorite? I don't know. I really like Thousand Year War, honestly. I'm looking forward to seeing the end of it because, you know, oh yeah, it's okay. I remember. Yes, let's go. I remember. What's up? It's good to see you. I've seen posts from Charlotte Chess Center that you're on the team. I'm not sure if you've been on the team for a while now or if you just joined, but yeah, I'm okay, I guess. Well, I've made some mistakes. Let's put it this way. I'm you know, in the poker area, so I'm not doing that anymore. But it was in Greek. Yes, okay, in Greek. Okay, never mind. In Greek. Yeah. Can I look at Vasily So's game? Yes, absolutely. All right, Ashwin, good to see you. It's been a while since we talked, so let's do this sometime if you have time. All right, Vasily's game. Whoa, what destruction? An Italian game, no less. What is happening? Let's take a look. Okay, everyone is just refusing the fried liver. Fried liver is dead, guys. Nobody, none of the top players are playing fried liver. Okay. So what do we have here? Nothing out of ordinary. Just pure. Oh, okay. Knight d7 is not very ordinary. And yeah, knight h played this move after spending some significant amount of time. I guess 7 minutes for this. And this move was only played once before. I'm not quite sure why not just bishop e6. Maybe he was trying to. Maybe this is a home prep. Maybe he was trying to come up with something smart. Maybe he was just trying to move the king away, go for the early f5 breakthrough. But yeah, definitely 97 surprised Vasily, since he spent some time. He thought about this and played bishop a2, which is safe. I like bishop a2. It just makes sure that the bishop doesn't get hit anytime soon. Yeah, knight b6. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why black needs this maneuver. If they can just play bishop e6 and potentially then play f5 anyway. Moves the knight maybe somewhere to g4. You know, in this position, a move that would make a bit more sense to me would be something like king h8. If that's the idea. If the idea is to move the knight away and play f5, then king h8 makes a bit more sense in my mind, because we're just trying to go with knight g5 f5 immediately. And a knight e7, knight b6 just feels a little bit strange, because knight in b6 is not necessarily going to be very useful, except for maybe the d5 breakthroughs. But once again, if our plan, you see what my problem is, if black's plan is to play d5 eventually, then there is no need to move the knight, right? And if black's plan is to play f5 eventually, then there's faster ways to play it. So moving the knight over to b6 is slow and unnecessary in most cases. Okay, so Vasily quickly played knight e2. I guess he is mostly concerned about the f5 plan, so he's getting ready to meet it with his knight on g3. Okay, and now knight h6 plays bishop e6, which once again, although here it does make some sense that the f file is now open, but I really don't like the knight on b6. I just don't think it's a good piece there. I just feel like it would still be a bit more useful on f6, where it could go to g4, it could go to h5, and at least help black do things on the king side. And yeah, okay, so once again, it just feels like black is all over the place. Taking on e4 would be probably a horrible mistake, because white will be always taking back with a knight, having an amazing outpost on e4, having black with these horrible double pawns on the e file. So black almost never is looking forward to taking on e4. So knight h played h6, knight g1, pretty cool maneuver, right? The queen is just going to come to g4. This knight may even go back to f3. I honestly think that f3 is a pretty good knight to be on, applying pressure against e5. With the queen on g4, white will get quite a few more things they can do, like knight h5, rook h3, rook g3. So this feels, yeah, this feels wrong. And see, yeah, here knight h kind of collapsed. He spent no time for knight e1. I guess he probably overlooked something. So he played knight d4 very quickly. I guess this is where he calculated everything, right? He played king h8, anticipated queen g4, and then very quickly played knight d4, not wanting to waste any more time, because he was sure that knight d4 is a good response, which is not the case, as we can see, because the king side is in shambles, right? So many weak squares, weak pawn on a6, a lot of different ways for white to take advantage of those weaknesses. And yeah, this is probably just going to be a very sad end for Arkady Knightish here. There's some knight g5, there's some e5 guaranteeing the extra pawn for white. So very, very pleasant game here for Vasily, and hopefully he can you know, make a good use of this advantage. But once again, yeah, it's most of the time it's weird to see games like these, because you don't actually expect the games to be this one-sided, but that's exactly what it feels right now. Go Cash's game. All right. First of all, let me go ahead and check out the Twitch chat. I'm sorry, guys, I forgot about you. It seems like Shevchenko didn't find the answer. Is his game already over? Actually, let's quickly take a look. Abdurrahman, he didn't like f5 ef knight d5, and he didn't want to give white anything. e5 isn't the resign time. Bishop c5 b4. e5 bishop c5 before. Yeah, well, it's at least a pawn. Yeah, it feels like it's exactly what's happening. Yeah, actually, it's not just a pawn. It's multiple pawns. It's actually two pawns. So wait, is this actually? Wait, what is he supposed to do here? Take? And just, you're right. This is just immediately over. Wait, yeah, this is now I'm even more confused. Like, black can't retreat the bishop because g7 is there. So it's just checkmate. Otherwise, the piece is gone. Oh my god, what is happening? Anyway, this this game just threw me off of my balance. Honestly, excuse me. I will need some time to recover from this. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at Kirill Shevchenko's game representing Romania. Gotta find his game. Maybe I should just not suffer and just do it from a from a drop down menu. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. See, that's exactly what I predicted. He did end up taking. He spent over half an hour, 35 minutes to capture the bishop, and then immediately afterwards he made a losing move. Just like I said, guys, this kind of position is close to impossible to hold. It's you know, you wouldn't wish your worst enemy to play a position like this. It's hopeless. You can't do anything. I'm assuming white can just take this many different ways. Bishop b3 is probably not one of them. Maybe it's something like rook c2. Black will likely never be taking on e6. So I guess this was the idea. Just maybe move the rook, try to do something, try to pose some problems. But as soon as this rook moves away, actually white just goes knight g5, and this is an easy win. I already see it. Queen h7, queen f7 being the main threat. Black can never capture on g5 because it's immediately over. They get mated on the h rank. Yeah, very sad. This is just a very sad game. Apparently there is a move that's stronger than rook c2. I'm not quite sure. Maybe e5. I was thinking about e5, but then bishop takes e5. Where's the mate? Queen g5. King that doesn't do anything, does it? Why is including e5 stronger than not playing e5? Maybe it's because now we get the bishop d3 ideas with our bishop helping us checkmate on h7. That's a possibility, but I feel like white will just play rook c2 and will just win naturally. Like, this is just easy. I don't want to bother myself having to calculate unnecessary things, so I just play rook c2, and it should be. And if Kirill Shevchenko's opponent is especially talented, he will find e5 inclusion, but I think it's just not needed. I feel it's just simple rook c2 will do the trick. Okay, whose games are we looking at next? I lost track. Yeah, Wesley is winning by a lot. Yeah, looks like you were right about queen a5. Well, I honestly, I just kind of I guessed the right defense more than anything, and didn't really see why it was right. But Corby. Oh, Gukesh game, right. Sorry, my apologies. Gukesh game. So India is on one of the top boards. Here we go against Adam Kozak from Hungary, playing Hungarian team B. Looking at some kind of weird-ish line of Petrov. Well, it says that now the Lichess database is telling me that this is not Petrov, but instead calls this Bogo Indian defense Greenfield variation. Man, remembering opening names stuff. This feels good for white, because once again black has the weird bishop on c8, and the only way for them to fix this issue is to play e5. But now, as white gets a bishop pair. And if black doesn't want to deal with a bishop pair, they would have to end up taking on d2. But taking on d2 means that in most cases, if now black tries to play e5, sorry, obviously you just take first, and then tries to play e5, then the position that appears here has white controlling the d file. And yes, while black is solving most of their problems, the d file will be always under white's control, and so white should be at least slightly better here. That's what I know. According to the engine, white could have played this a bit better than the way I did, but that's kind of the overall gist of what's going on. And yeah, I would be very happy to play this as white, because I know that in order to solve their main issue, the main issue in their position, black would have to give me the d file control. It's always nice when your opponent is unable to solve their problems without giving something for it. It's like, if you guys watch the anime called Full Metal Alchemist, you know, it's like in order to get something, you need to at least give up something of equal value or greater. So that's kind of how it feels. There's no way to just get stuff done without getting into some kind of trouble, you know, on the other side or whatnot. So Adam Kozak did not take on d2, at least not for a while. Actually, he just decided to not take on d2 period. So Gukesh managed to save the bishop by just bringing it back to c1. And I guess Adam is trying to claim that his position is very solid. So far, no pawns have been traded, and this is why the bishops are not going to be performing as well as they could have. Now this really gives some Stonewall vibe as soon as black played a 5 here. But once again, black doesn't have a dark squared bishop, which makes me slightly worried about the dark squares, especially the e5. Fortunately for black right now, black is taking care of that. So this is gonna be one of those games where you see a lot of maneuvering from both sides. But once again, the nature of the things is that if black attempts to make progress here, right? And how do you make progress? You usually just go for pawn breakthroughs, right? You open things up, you make your pieces more active, right? You give your pieces more space by removing the pawns. And here, removing the pawns, trading the pawns is almost always going to be in white's favor, right? Why? Because white has a bishop pair. And if black tries to go for something like c5 or e5, chances are that that's just like shooting yourself in the foot, because you're helping your opponent more than you're helping yourself. And this is why I don't really like playing Stonewall, even though I know that Stonewall is considered to be one of the more solid openings out there, but it's hard to do stuff when you're playing Stonewall. Usually black tries for the kingside attack, but here, because the knight kind of has to keep standing on g6, it's harder for black to do that, right? As soon as knight moves away from g6, white may decide to try and occupy the e5 once again, and that's something black needs to avoid. So interesting. I think Gukesh has a shot at winning this if he finds a way to somehow break through these pawn chains and make his bishops more active. I feel like he will win. But otherwise, black's position is very solid. No direct weaknesses except for maybe the square on e5, which black is currently taking care of. You know, very solid position nevertheless. And both of the players are kind of running really low on time. 40 minutes to make 23 moves for Gukesh, and 33 minutes to make 23 moves for Adam Kozak. That's not a lot of time. Usually when you're just maneuvering and kind of trying to stay away from trouble, it takes a lot of time to make sure that you are not missing something, right? So in this case, we may see a time trouble for both players, and it's going to be about who can navigate themselves better, in time trouble. That's what I think is going to happen. The law of equal exchange, yes. Oh, hello, Gallery, how are you doing? But which one do you, because there's Brotherhood and there's the vanilla, right? Which one do you like more? I think last time I actually watched it with Ashwin. Ashwin, do you remember? I think I literally watched Full Metal Alchemist with Ashwin, and that was the last time I watched it. Lukash doesn't mind bet bishops, as he proved yesterday. Yeah, so bishops are the kind of pieces that have really big potential, and even if they are currently not performing, chances are that if they survive long enough, they will shine at some point. Haven't seen the old one? Yeah, it's probably the Brotherhood then. Hungary B and India draw already one game. Okay, let's take a look. Hungary B and India had to draw. Okay, yeah, so Vidit, it was Vidit, and I kind of suspected that this might be happening. But yeah, this is just the main one. So in a line I was kind of referring to, because in one of the games I was showing this line, right, where white plays a4, not allowing the b5 to happen, and eventually there is this exchange sacrifice line, which sees a lot of dynamic play, right? White sacrifices an exchange, making sure the black cannot castle because there's always going to be bishop a3. So this line did not happen here because white just decided to take on d4 and take it easy. Let's see what happens. So black gets to develop. If white plays it this way, black gets to develop their pieces just fine. Yeah, see, black plays bishop d6, goes ahead and castles. Plays bishop h2, bishop e5. Interesting. I haven't seen this maneuver. Well, I mean, I know of this maneuver. I just haven't seen this being used by black in these positions before. Wow, what is going on? The funny thing is that everything is a draw according to the engine, so black cannot take. Taking on d4 would be a very unfortunate way to lose, as there is a discovery attack with a check on h7. Okay, so this is just a draw by force. We just this is what I call a grandmaster draw. Yeah, a little bit of a jump scare with knight takes a5, which doesn't change the thing, as the perpetual is still there. White can go ahead and take on a6 probably. No, white can't do this, right? Because there's queen d8 now. Okay, so white can take on white can take on f5, and white can play knight c6, and this will still not change anything, yeah, because there's still the queen g5, queen f6 perpetual. But yeah, this is a very, very common case of a grandmaster draw where both players were more than content with a draw, and this is actually a problem of playing French also, because French is an extremely safe opening, but it's extremely difficult to win if you're playing it as black. And yeah, white just has weird draws everywhere. Well, I mean, I guess there are other way more solid openings where winning is even harder than it is in French, but this is definitely one of the cases. Bishop h2 is actually a main line. Bishop, okay, so this is just a main line then, where white mostly plays c3, but if white wants to make a quick draw, it'll just take on e5 and then obtain a draw, like what actually happened in the game. And, you know, the rating difference is pretty big. I would expect white to just try a little bit harder, because once again, this is their them playing with white, and Gabor was playing with white pieces. Also, I guess he is indeed a big rating underdog, as Gabor is not that big. He's rated 2550 and Vidit is rated 2720. So a draw is a decent result, but since Hungary B had white on this board, I would expect Gabor to try a little bit harder, but you know, it's okay. If he considered his other teammates' positions good enough, although here, as we can see, Peter is really struggling because he already has a mere 7 minutes on his clock, clearly running into some kind of home prep against Arjun Erigaisi. And Queen's Gambit declined, where Arjun took on d5 early, played bishop f4. It's not unusual that you see white developing the bishop to f4 as opposed to g5, as in classic Queen's Gambit declined. So the idea here is the bishop is actually quite annoying on this diagonal. And oftentimes, even if black does decide to trade it away with like bishop d6 or something, white just lets it happen. White lets the trade happen and then gets a better control over the e5 square. But here Peter tries something different. He goes knight h5 and forces white's bishop back to d2. Also, it is a sort of a development help, because now this bishop, however poorly it may be placed on d2, it still counts as if it's developed already. So definitely a little bit of help there for white. And g4 is an interesting and very logical attempt too. Like I feel like it's actually a very smart decision by Arjun Erigaisi, because he with his bishop already out on d2, it's easier for him to long castle, which makes g4 more likely to succeed in terms of attacking power. And okay, so Peter immediately plays knight e4, which isn't this just... Wow. And I guess just takes on g5. Okay, so wow, while I thought that this is just giving up a pawn, I was clearly just wrong, because white shouldn't be taking on e4. So yeah, Arjun correctly. So okay, so Arjun is probably a slightly better prepared here, because you see how much time Peter has been spending. Peter has been making really solid moves, finding everything, but the amount of time it takes him to get to the right decision, to the right answer is astronomical. So well, he's doing relatively okay right now. It's yeah, it's getting to the point where, unfortunately, yeah, now he's facing a slightly worse position, being down a pawn, but obviously having some compensation because of white's weaknesses. The h4 and a2 are weak. Just he has no time, right? That's a problem. Having no time against players like Arjun Erigaisi is very likely to not end well. But once again, I wish Peter is the best, and I hope that he can manage to at least survive this game, though he is at a major time deficit right now. Yeah, hello everyone. Welcome in. Welcome you guys. Hope you enjoy your stay. We're looking through some of the games from round 3 of the 2024 Chess Olympiad. So enjoy your stay. If you guys manage to find some interesting games on your own, because I can only look at one game at a time. So if you have any suggestions on what games we should be looking at, please, give your suggestions in the chat, and I'll look through all the games suggested. Someone should tell him that the host country doesn't get extra time. Well, Peter has always been like a slower player, because I know that we used to be teammates, we used to be roommates, we're good friends. Peter, I helped Peter a little bit with writing his own chess book, and I'll do a little bit of advertising right now for Peter. Yeah, here it is. Peter has written a very good chess book on some chess puzzles and how to solve them properly. It's called Your Jungle Guide to Chess Tactics. That's his book. Very nice book. I've solved most of these, not all of these, and most of these tactics. Very solid tactic book. If you guys are interested in working on tactics, I would strongly recommend his book. And he is a very good player, very good author, but he's always kind of been on the side where he likes to take his time. And once again, playing classical chess sometimes gives people a false sense of security when it comes to time management. And so it prevents many players who are actually capable of being like on 2650/2700 level. It prevents them from getting to that level, because nobody is able to perform to their best ability when they have like seconds on their clock. It's impossible. It has the intel. Yeah, actually there's a lot of my games in that book too. The yes team will probably win 3-1. Wesley will probably crush. Yeah, Wesley has been just crushing. It was very surprising to see yeah. Excuse me. It was very surprising to see Nyzhnyk making certain choices, and at some point the position just became lost. Yeah, this is just the lost middle game where Nyzhnyk is down material. I feel like the simplest might just be the long castle, play rook e1, hit e6. There's some f5 breakthroughs available, some knight of 6 idea. So you just not only is black down material, but his position is also just much worse naturally. There's open files. White is controlling most of the open files. Black knight is on a b6. I guess maybe right now would be the knight's time to shine, but I feel like it's just a bit too late. Like this is just, it's just late. Let me see. It would have been nice if it could get useful sooner, but it can't. Only one move at a time is allowed. So that's that. Okay, so here we have some development in Fabi's game, and as we can see, Fabi did end up playing. I think this was the last position we saw, and Fabi did end up playing bishop b5. Also, although he did include the bishop h2 check to make sure the king is misplaced. The king on h1 is typically misplaced because while it's on while it's still on g1, it kind of defends the f2, and on h1 it also gets false sense of security because it feels like it's safe. But if white ever gets issues with the first rank, the king is actually placed worse on h1 than it would be on g1. So queen b3, yeah, bishops got traded, pawns got traded, and then Fabi eventually, yeah, nothing really is happening here. Fabi plays d6. We have a very common pawn setup for the Maroczy bind. Although here the a file pawns are gone. I would say that trade probably favors black because makes it easier for black to attack the b4 right now, as there is no one defending it. If white wants to make progress, it's also hard because once again b4 is always hanging. But at the same time, you know, if there's just no change, if white doesn't try to go for some kind of change here, nothing will happen. I feel like the position will just end, the game will just end in a draw because, you know, nobody can do anything realistically. You know, black can maybe trade the last pair of rooks on the a file, but that once again doesn't really do much for them, and the position is otherwise very solid for both sides. If white, you know, starts to overpush, I think the move like b5 will never ever happen like in 1,000 years, because grandmasters also understand very well that weakening their pawn structure like this cannot possibly lead to anything good. And the way it's weakening is because now black has access to a very nice outpost in c5, and I'm pretty sure the knight will be the likely piece to go there. Plus, if you take a look at this bishop on f1, it becomes a pairings. It's not somewhere where the bishop wants to be. The bishop does not want to be blocked by its own pawns. It's just not a good idea for white to do this in general. Aronian's game. Aronian is winning. Whoa, what happened there? So what was the last thing? I don't think we've seen Aronian's game at all. And okay, so this is the more common way that I'm used to seeing people play against the Italian game, where the bishops get both developed to c4 and c5 respectively, and then just a lot of development happens. Black usually ensures the c5 bishop's safety with either a6 or a5. It's a5 in this case. And then, yeah, very, very important. So here, if bishop g5, if black now castles, it's going to be very hard for them to get rid of this pin, because just simply hitting the bishop is not going to cut it. There's knight takes g5. It's a pretty well-known line. It's still okay. Like it's I think it's as far as I know, it's equal, if I'm not mistaken. But you know, black is taking a risk going here because, as you guys can see, the position becomes very dynamic, and you need to remember a lot to make sure you survive. So it's just much simpler to do this while the king is still not castled, because it's just easier to deal with this pin. I'm surprised to not see g5 being played right away. Is that because no, this doesn't work now, right? Because black is not castled. This shouldn't work anymore. Why is that? Because of rook g8, maybe just rook g8, rook g6. I feel like, yeah, and it's way too easy to defend the knight right now. But there's a lot of games where white just went bishop g3, and this bishop is feeling kind of odd on g3. Not gonna lie, but I guess it's a trade-off that white is willing to make in order to ensure that black is weakening their king side, right? And black expands too much. It feels scary, but in reality, all it does is it's weakening black's position. So Levon is not in a hurry to play g5. Because once again, black's position is extremely solid in real Lopez structures. And yeah, and here actually he just goes ahead and castles because he is not afraid of the pen. Looks like Levon just knows everything, because take a look at his time and take a look at his opponent's time. I feel like he was just trying to remember the line, right? And he was thinking for about 4 minutes and so on. He realized that he can just take on d4, and that this all these sacrifices don't actually do anything for white. And here, yeah, you already see white screwing up. I honestly don't know and can't really even imagine what the correct move for white here would be. Taking is also wrong. I thought maybe this, but now, okay, actually this works now. I made it work. I guess just king g7, yeah. Yeah, and white doesn't have enough pieces to follow through with the attack, and you know, white is giving up a lot of material to make the attack work, and now as it's not working, it's probably just going to be over because there is no sufficient follow-up, so white is just down a couple of pawns. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess maybe queen c1 right away. No, maybe something like knight g5. But yeah, so you see, if you don't know what's going on, and you're going for an extremely dynamic position, chances are that you will not find the line that's actually working because it just gets kind of impossible with the ancients analysis nowadays. It's like you can't use human logic to find certain moves. It's just no, you can, but it's very hard. And as a human being, you can only do so much. So as you can see, Martin Petrov is you know, now it's just simply down a bunch of material for no compensation whatsoever because this is an endgame. The king is actually happy to be in g5. The king is happy to be attacking pieces at this point of the game because, you know, why not? He's never going to get mated. At the same time, black has an amazing pawn on b2. Maybe even doing like a4, a3 push would make a lot of sense here too. How many pawns is black up? Two extra pawns. A very strong passer on b2. I think this game should be over anytime now. Actually, this is exactly what happened. So, looking good here for LeBron. Ray looks like he played the opening phase very quickly, and here he started spending time, and he went ahead and took on f6, I guess because he wasn't expecting the a6 from black. Took on f6. His opponent is still in the opening book, clearly. Not spending any time. f5, yeah, so this is also quite common. You see these kinds of positions in the Richter-Rauser variation all the time. At least I've seen a good portion of the games where black had this weird pawn structure. It feels weak. It feels exposing, but the e5 square, you know, and the queen going to e5 kind of just holds black's position together, which is a singular queen on e5 is gonna make it close to impossible for white to attack. And this is why I guess e5 happened, because if queen e5 now, at least white can, you know, kick it out. Black took, and just like in many other openings, things get just traded away, and we have pretty much material balance. I would still take white though, right? I think in the long run, having play against double pawns is going to be worth something. Yeah, so Team US is looking very solid right now. LeBron up 10 pawns with an active king, exactly. Yeah, in the end game. Banush versus Pragnananda. Okay, sure, thanks. Yeah, we're gonna take a look at that. Is LeBron doing well today? Yeah, LeBron is indeed doing very well. Hello, Alexandra. You're a fan of Magnus? Okay, we're gonna take a look at Magnus's game momentarily. Navarra's game is interesting. Yeah, we've been following Navarra's game for a little bit before. Yeah, we did watch Brotherhood. Yeah. Okay. Anish is losing today. Okay, so let's go one by one. Okay, so we have Banush versus Prague. Let's take a look. So King's Indian attack. Was white playing a4 early? Unusual. So just like in King's Indian structures, if you look at this position and imagine this is going to be King's Indian with reverse colors, eventually e4, d4 is likely to happen, in which case it's very likely that white's knight is going to go to c4, right? c4 becomes an outpost. So to ensure the c4 knight's safety, white needs to make sure that it doesn't get kicked out with b5. So I feel like the a4 is like a very, very early, preventative move. Once again, we've seen a lot of these lately, but yeah, see, actually, no, that's not what white is going for. It looks like white has some other plans in mind. Bishop before bishop d6. Interesting. Trying to punish white for developing the bishop to f4 by trading it away. Okay, I don't mind that. All right. Okay, so we do. It looks like we did get, yeah, exactly. See, we did get eventually into the reversed King's Indian here, but white doesn't have a dark squared bishop. I'm not sure who that favors. Black feels that it's okay to trade. Once again, the position is closed. No pawns have been traded, and white is very unlikely to take on d4 by himself, because that's going to lead to black having an amazing outpost for the knight. Knight is never going to leave d4 at this point, so it's just going to stay there, being very, very annoying for most of the white pieces. So yeah, white is never going to be taking on d4, and this kind of makes me question white's plan here. Okay, so white seems to be expanding on the queen side, black seems to be expanding on the king side, so we kind of, even with the roles reversed, even though white is technically playing King's Indian right now, black is playing on the king side as they normally would if black was playing King's Indian structure. In King's Indian, black usually plays on the king side, white is usually playing on queen side, so even with roles reversed, it seems to be the case. So white plays h4, I guess it just kind of nullifies black's play on the king side. White doesn't really want to play a6 on the queen side because b5. So this feels this feels very balanced to me. Black doesn't want to take on c3 because then white will recapture back with a b pawn, having a better center. Black is going to be a bit wary of playing b6. I feel like that's the way to make progress here. Go something like b6 or b5, and then kind of just kind of accept the fact that maybe you'll have to play with a weak pawn on a7, but at least the b5 gets open up, and that's somewhere black can play. In the meantime, yeah, I don't really like white's position here at all. Once again, they can't really take on d4. They don't really have any active plans in hand, at least not that I see. It would be nice if white could move the bishop somewhere here, but as soon as this bishop moves away, black will take, because then the d3 pawn loses its main defender. So the bishop is kind of forcefully stuck on e2, and that's not a good thing. Yeah. I feel like if Prague gets enough courage to play b5 or b6 at some point, he will have a chance to win. Otherwise, I don't really see any other plans for him here. Okay, so that's that. Yeah, this looks more than okay for black, right? It's just that if I'm black, I'm trying to win, and the question is how do I make progress? Okay, so we have, oh yes, Banush. No wait, that's the game, Banush versus Prague. Then we have, and let's take a look at Magnus's game. I think Magnus is not on the DGT boards, or no, he's not. Everyone is on DGT boards. Magnus is not. Magnus is not on the camera feed, unfortunately. So I guess, sorry, I've been just kind of clicking mindlessly, but Norway should be. What? Wait a second. It should be here. Why did I go away from this page? Norway, KLMN, Norway. Here it is. There you go. Okay. Finally. Okay. So extra pawn for Magnus. What happened? Ah yes, that's a Paulsen-like game where Magnus included h5 and then played bishop d6. So now, yeah. Okay. So this is exactly, we've been kind of looking through this, right? We've kind of been expecting this. And okay, so it was a little bit different because here there was the single game we saw was where black played bishop before in this position, but Magnus approached it a bit differently. He played knight g4, and then white kind of has once again no choice but to try and save the dark squared bishop by putting it on d4, and here Magnus plays d6, undermining the white's strong central pawn on e5. Captures happen. White can White not take on g7? No. Just, I guess, just a check, and if bishop d4, I feel like this bishop is just dead. Right? Rook d8 pins it, and the game ends. And if king h1, rook is hanging. I was thinking rook g8, but there is some queen h7. Honestly, I feel like this shouldn't matter all that much. Right? Long castle. Also, I know that I see that rook g8 is not as good, but now I'm just trying to look for the correct solution. Maybe just rook d8. No, I'm finding all the wrong moves. What am I missing here? The engine was showing a big advantage, yeah? But now it's only showing minus 0.7, so I guess it's just rook g8 now. Queen h7 long castle. But now it's a bigger advantage. But after rook g8, I guess just bishop takes g4. Oh, maybe this is the line. Takes, and then hit the bishop on g4. The king is so incredibly weak on g2. Like, it's not even funny. Yeah, some possibilities. So Magnus's opponent correctly didn't fall into it. Good for him. Instead, he went for some trades and eventually proceeded to losing a pawn like this. Also, some compensation, I guess, and that is somewhat weird on g4. White will eventually play h3 and, I guess, just win the pawn back. So yeah, not that clear, but as you guys can see, Magnus does have a chance to win this. And he's, vastly ahead in time. Okay, so now let's go ahead and take a look at Anish's game. And I think after this Anish's game, I'm gonna excuse myself and take a short 5 to 7 minute break, if you guys don't mind. So Anish, where is the Netherlands? Netherlands. Found Netherlands. Here's Anish. Okay. Whoa. Well, that's interesting. So we have a classical Nimzo. Oh yes, right. I remember. He was doing quite well. So I guess Anish screwed up. I guess somewhere, some way, but he. Okay, so this is where we left off, right? And we kind of said that it's unclear as anyone's game. So f6. I guess f6 helps against bishop g5, but once again, f6 just so weird. Yeah, so yeah, it's, I guess queen e7 had to be played, right? Queen e7 and then knight e7 and castle. Why did he feel like he needs to give up the pawn back, right? Oh, wait, sorry, no, rook g8 exactly didn't do that, but what did he miss? Oh, e5 and queen f3. Oh, well, I wanna remind you guys that white can still castle, black can still castle, but white is ready to do so and black isn't. So despite the fact that white is down a pawn here, yeah, his ability to castle first will decide a lot. Yeah, and you see now black is just running out of time. It's very hard for him to castle. If castle, I guess there's going to be some queen f3 and then not great, yeah? So just one tempo. Oftentimes it all comes down to this one single move that you're unable to make on time. I'm surprised how bad the rook game is. You see? Just two rooks getting onto the 7th rank. And nothing moves. What's the winning move? A4? No, probably just something simple like king d2. I would love to have my king on e2, just so that against any rook getting on the f file, I don't have to worry about it coming in anywhere. But maybe there is just a way to begin collecting pawns. I don't think there is a way to checkmate the black king, but this definitely feels like black cannot move, and black is also down with a pawn right now, and being unable to move, having really passive rooks. Yeah, not looking good for Anish here. Rip Anish. Well, wait a second. You know, you never know. You never know how these things go. Yes, right now Anish is troubled, but you know, just give him a chance. Jordan Van Forest already won, which gives Anish a little bit of a leeway in terms of, you know, being able to lose, because if you lose quickly, then your teammates are under great pressure. But you see, Van Forest managed to win a very nice game, basically outplayed his opponent. The Black's position kind of collapsed. I really like how he played on king side, and he switched as soon as Black castled. He switched and played on the queen side, and very nice and clean win here by Jordan Van Forest. Well done. Netherlands seems to be doing quite well, as we can see. Max Warmerdam has pretty steady advantage against his Italian opponent, Grandmaster Sonys Francesco. I guess he might have missed or underestimated the d5 breakthrough. And here takes just rook c8, right? So takes, I guess, white has to take with the queen, and Black can at least just transpose into a very plausible endgame with a bishop versus knight. So at least this Black is never risking anything anywhere. And Erwin Lamy has a small edge against his opponent. So all in all, oh yeah, oh man, Anish resigned. What happened? Wait, what? Oh, I think he can't even take because rook is 7, right? And then the king is still stuck. Or maybe just rook takes g6 and Anish just kind of refused to play down 2 pawns because the advantage, the 2 extra pawns, and once again, the main issue is that Anish would be playing down the rook. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Yeah, he did lose. And yeah, I guess you see why didn't even have to get fancy. Just go ahead and pick up all the pawns and win. It's just that simple. That's what happens when you play when you're playing down a piece. Like, it's not the kind of down a piece where you don't have it physically, but it's the kind of down a piece where you have it on the board but it can't move, and the result is essentially the same. Okay. I was telling you not to count Anish out, and unfortunately his opponent was precise. You know, his opponent was, or has a very good or made a very good judgment call and won quickly. But you know, rook and games are very tricky even for grandmasters. So I was kind of thinking that maybe there is a chance that his opponent is going to screw up and start overthinking things, because you know I went for the king march, just trying to prevent rook from getting active, and there was no need for that. It wasn't objectively best, but you know, his opponent unfortunately figured things out better than I did, and the game ended. It happens. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna go ahead and take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We still have quite a few interesting games to look at, and I'll leave you guys with a be right back scene. So be right back, 5 to 10 minutes. Welcome back. My apologies, took me a little bit longer. Let's see. Where is Nakamura? Infinity Zero. He is. Well, he was streaming earlier. I think he was. I think he was also streaming Olympiad commentary, if I'm not mistaken. Like I saw him live a couple of minutes before I went live myself. Richard Report is losing. Okay. We're gonna take a look at that. Iranian already won. Very nice. Wonderful news. Yep. Okay, so Rappaport. Let's take a look. What happened? Okay, Sicilian. Why am I not surprised? We see a lot of people losing in Sicilians these days. No, Sicilian is just such a rich opening, right? It's just there's always something new. There's always something unusual going on. Always Sicilian games always make for the most exciting games out there. So I'm, well, I mean, not always, and not the most exciting. I'm using strong language here, but you know what I mean. Like chances are, if you have a game in Sicilian defense, chances are more likely than not, then you're gonna have some action. So I always welcome Sicilian defense games, and I've been actually playing Sicilian a good portion of the time myself because you kind of get tired of playing safe and solid chess, and you want something to happen. Sicilian is really good at allowing you to do that. Okay, so yeah, so here, even though black does have a bishop pair, once again, this bishop is kind of dead because of the pawn in e5. It would be interesting to try f5, but you see black just has bigger issues at hand, specifically the double pawns in the c file. So that's how Report decides to solve, or at least attempts to solve this problem. It doesn't really work out for him very well. See, he gives up a pawn and kind of says, okay, I'm done. I no longer have double pawns. Yes, I lost a pawn. Now let me go ahead and try to at least do something about my bishop on g7. It's a bishop pair. It should be an advantage. The position should be open up. So yeah, this is why you see the move f5 kind of not making a lot of sense. I understand why Richard went for f4. Sorry, not f5. Did they say f5? I meant f4. Not making a lot of sense, because what black is really trying to do is open things up and not close the position down. But what Richard is claiming is that he has the king's Indian attacking ideas, right? Where he just pushes the pawns on the king's side and then tries to checkmate his opponent. Unfortunately for him, once again, he just has way too many weaknesses in his positions. He never really gets to. You see, every move white makes now doesn't allow black to catch a breezer and go g5. He still does it, but it shouldn't work for black very well. Although I guess Richard did find a way to make it more complicated. Knight g6 would be running into queen e6, and now if white is careless, the game ends, but not in white's favor, as there is a checkmate that's inevitable. So it's interesting to see what's the correct approach here. Maybe just moving the knight back somewhere and then going e5, kind of just trying to keep this bishop locked for as long as possible. I feel like this would be a one way to go about it. Let's say bishop e6, maybe e5 here. I think I'm just blundering a pawn, am I not? Just bc. Yeah, cannot take it with a knight because this loses me a piece. So I guess e5. Well, it would be nice to play e5, I think. Probably should be looking for some other alternatives here. Something like c. But once again, b. So black is trying to take on c4. What can we do about that? Like, we can't really defend it. We probably don't really want to take on b5 ourselves, because that opens up black's rook. Kind of hard to imagine what should do here. Like this doesn't seem right. This just seems unnecessary. Like just giving back the material. So what's the right move here? Maybe I thought I saw an amazing tactic, but it's not working. This is not good. Like, yeah, white gets a lot of pawns, but why make the position complicated having pawns against the piece? Yeah, even here, technically 3 pawns should be enough to compensate for a single piece, but because it's a bishop pair, it's not enough. Bishops are just gonna gobble everything. Not sure. Not sure. Maybe I'm just not seeing it, not seeing the right answer. Maybe it's something like knight b4 trying to hit the c6. No, it isn't. I'm running out of options. I'm slowly but surely running out of options. Okay, the last thing I can check is, okay, it is a capture. It is very non-trivial. Like, I wouldn't be looking for this move. Okay, in my mind, this move helps black, so I wouldn't necessarily be looking for this. And even here, like, white, it seems like white has to be extremely careful. Like, queen b6 is, yeah, see, white has a series of only moves to not give up the advantage. And even now, this position is more than unclear to me because black still has the possibility of a push on the king side. I'm not sure what's going on. I mean, I can see the evaluation bar just like you guys, but I'm not convinced that white is this much better, especially in this very practical situation where you're running out of time too. See, so Richard's opponent is running out of time, and it wouldn't surprise me to see white screwing up to the extent where they can even lose this game. Even though, yeah, white's advantage is it's critical at this point, but you know, from practical perspective, not sure, not convinced that white is winning here. Is Sergei Karakin competing? I guess not. F4 looks strategically incorrect. Yeah, but I mean, sometimes you can kind of like go against the common concepts and ideas if you have like a better plan. You know, you can kind of like make an exception in some cases, but this is probably not a case because like Richard just doesn't get time to do what he had hoped he would do. Karakin is not playing, yeah. As far as I know, Russia is not participating. Nakamura should be the second seed, yeah, but he would have been a second seed if he was interested in playing this Olympiad, but he's not. So that's that. Okay, what else? So we have Benjamin Glidura winning his game. Oh my god, he checkmated his opponent. Wow, that's a crushing victory in 28 moves. And Rui Lopez, what is happening? Well, and in exchange, Rui Lopez, no less. Wow, this is surprise after surprise. Wow. Yeah, actually, this feels like a complete knight domination. See, and actually, knights being positioned so weirdly like this allows white to go for a quick f4 breakthrough. Very cool. Man, this is a cool line. I know this is probably one of those side lines that black didn't know what to do against, but man, did Benjamin win quickly. Wow, look at this. Look at this beauty. Knight d4. The knight is completely trapped. Black is forced to take. And now, despite the fact that white is down in the exchange, they have every single piece in their position looking towards the black king, and black just is not handling the pressure, right? Just goes queen d6 and gets absolutely obliterated with a pawn checkmate. 29 move checkmate. To Grandmaster's play. Very, very cool game by Benjamin Glidura. Very unfortunate for his opponent, but you know, you gotta give credit where credit is due. Don't, you know, yeah, black engine said that black made many blunders, but they were made in an already lost position. So I feel like Benjamin just completely outplayed his opponent today, and it's a wonderful game. Honestly, I might even quote unquote borrow this game for training purposes. This game looks cool. Okay, so Gukesh, taking a look at what happened ever since we've seen. Okay, so we've seen the position at this moment where he played knight e1, and I've mentioned it's going to be a lot of maneuvering because black can't really do any breakthroughs because they will almost always favor white. And I mentioned that white will most likely try to go for the e4 breakthrough, and the nature of the position hasn't really changed all that much, but I feel like black pieces got pushed back significantly, right? If you take a look at the evaluation bar, well, white was just slightly better according to the engine a couple of moves ago. Now with black pieces getting repositioned, not necessarily in a better way. White is now significantly better. I wonder what's wrong with just taking and just playing bishop b5 next move. I don't really understand what does black have in store against this. Because yeah, now if black is forced to take back with a rook, if black takes back with a pawn, it's just immediately over. Well, as in white wins a lot of material here. And if black is forced to take with a rook, the pawn structure is broken now, right? Chances are that white will eventually get to play e4 and open things up, and having a bishop pair, this just feels like white has a massive advantage now. So good job, Gukash, making it seem easy, seamless, you know, because really not much has changed really if you think about it. All that changed is that white repositioned the rooks a little bit, the knight went to f4, and that's that. And black pieces magically got pushed back. So in this case, I would say that Gukash is doing great. Unfortunately, Peter Prohaska has indeed lost the game to Grandmaster Arjun Erigaisi. Peter having bare minutes on his clock to make pretty much 17 moves, right? So yeah, 17 moves. Is getting attacked fearlessly on the king side. And yeah, eventually, yeah, doesn't handle the pressure and collapses. Very nice attacking game by Arjun. Well, with a queen sacrifice, no less, just to end things. And Peter even allowing him to perform a checkmate. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice of Peter. Yeah, sometimes you're losing and you don't wanna resign because, you know, because some people don't want to resign because they hate losing, and that's not nice. But when you're getting checkmated and the tactic is beautiful, sometimes I feel like it's actually a sign of respect to allow your opponent to complete the line till the very end with a beautiful checkmate in the end of it. You know, it's aesthetically pleasing even for the person who lost, I think, you know. So that's that. Okay, so Vidit has already drawn. Erigaisi won. Gukash is winning his game, and Pragnananda did end up playing b5. Take a look at that. Okay, so you know, Prag did end up playing b5 after a pretty deep thought. So he spent about 10 minutes to think about it, and did end up playing b5, opening up the b file. Now obviously the b file is where black is supposed to be playing. 92 is for some reason really bad. I'm not sure why. Is there like some kind of immediate, maybe g5? No. Why is 92 so unfortunate? The engine says, oh, black now has a big advantage. It means that we are missing out on some interesting idea, which I'm not quite seeing. Why is moving the knight over to, oh, clearly the knight is trying to go to c4 and attack the a5 and the black rook. But why is it so bad? Like white immediately lost 1 point of material, according to the engine at least, by playing this move. And yeah, I'm still looking. Maybe take, but then it just takes back with the pawn, right? This does absolutely nothing. There's nowhere to go for the black rook. All the squares are taken care of. Something like that before also just seems odd. There's nothing that works. Guys in the chat, can you help me out? What are we missing? What's the way for black to get the solid 1 point of advantage? Mafaz Khalid has a good position today. Sure, absolutely. We're gonna go and check after we are done with this. Could it be g5? Yeah, I already checked g5. The engine doesn't believe that g5 is anything special. Although if white takes in g5, it does. But what if white just ignores it? Still. So what's the way? Just going back? No. Taking on h5, I guess. Take h4. Knight f3. Yeah, honestly, I feel like it might just be g5. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just the engine spazzing out, honestly. But it makes sense, right? Because what else, right? The knight moved away from f3. What else? Like what was the knight doing on f3? Defending against g5. So I guess it makes sense. It's just that the evaluation bar is kind of feeling funky today, I guess. g5 didn't happen though. So Prague is taking it a bit slower. Like he can play g5 pretty much at any moment, but he's taking it really slowly. Maybe kind of trying to get to move 40 just to be extra safe, so that he doesn't like make a a rush decision after g5. It's very possible. They might just be wasting time, both of them. And as soon as move 40 hits, there will be action. That's probably what's going to happen. Okay, so we are going to be looking at. So I checked. I just quickly checked all the moves that were suggested except for the f5. f5 didn't seem right because first of all, it runs into this pin. Well, not runs, but creates a pin for white. And second of all, I think you're losing a pawn, which once again may not be that bad. As you can see, the advantage is not critical for white here, but why make things complicated, right? So black is just naturally better, and by giving up a pawn, yes, we are creating some kind of play, but it's not enough. Once again, we don't have any immediate like tactic to win our material back or to attack our opponent's king. So I think there's probably no need for us to do this. We just need to kind of take it a bit slow. And g5 I like. g5 I think it's g5. It's just that the engine is kind of all over the place. Oh, hello Lemmings Play. What's up? You watch me on St. Lucia's Club streams? Yeah, I won't be streaming today, I believe, but I'll be streaming tomorrow. Just some brief blitz tourney commentary of in the evening, and obviously I'll be streaming pretty much most of the weekdays starting from next Monday. So yeah. Okay, so Mafaz Khalid, right? Let's not get distracted here. What board is he on? I feel like if we go here, we're not gonna miss. We did miss. Okay. Go to these games. No. Okay. Yeah. We'll probably also need to pay some attention to women's games. I think we're probably gonna look at this game and then move over to the women's section, and then kind of look at those games for the next maybe hour or so, because it just kind of feels unfair since we haven't looked at singular game from women's section so far today. And I'm sure they also have a lot of very interesting games to look over, to go over. So okay, so Mafaz Khalid playing against the b3. Not the most dangerous opening out there. And doesn't really pose any serious trouble in front of black in terms of development. Yeah, as you can tell, yeah, black just gets to develop their pieces pretty much in the most obvious and in the best way possible. Right? There's nothing wrong with the way black pieces are placed, except for the knight on a6, which I think is going to be fixed right now. Your knight is going towards either c6 or d5. b5 knight gets kicked out. Yeah, see, this is what happens when black gets to trade pawns in the center. Usually they can even take over the initiative if they play it smartly. Isn't there some... Take, boom, intermezzo. Threatening the mate. g3, another intermezzo. Taking on d4 first, and then do we take on b5? Very nice. So obviously none of this happened. Rook f1 was played, and I should go ahead and promote this line to be a main line. Yep. Khalid played e5. He keeps, yeah, so you see his opponent kind of disrespects Khalid's play in the center. And yeah, the white's pieces will eventually just be pushed all the way back. Although here, I think Khalid had some critical possibility to maybe win the game right off the bat. I'm not sure what it is yet. I think maybe it's knight d7. And the trick is that now the bishop can go places. Probably pointless for it to go to e7 because it gets hit again. But let's say it goes to, once again, if it goes to b4, it gets hit by a5. So let's say it goes to d6 now, maybe e4. And can get a bishop on a long diagonal, becoming a monster. Very, very common thing to see, right? So if you guys play with Fianchetto, do remember that it's not only one of your best defensive pieces, but it can also be, or it has a potential of becoming your main strengths, your main hitting force. So do try to make sure your bishops that you Fianchetto'd get open up like this. It's just ideal. I just love this. As a King's Indian player, I know that this bishop can do some serious damage to white's position. Checking the chats, no new messages. Okay, sounds good. All right. So now, as promised, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the games from the women's match. We have India already scoring their first point with international master Illia Nyzhnyk winning her game with a checkmate without queens on the board. Checkmate by a pawn in Nimzo, in one of the safest openings, and one of the most solid openings for white out there. Okay, so can black go e5? No, that's not a good idea. Okay, I was just wondering. No biggie. Knight, maybe not fd7, and then there's knight e4 and d6. Yeah, this is not. This is a line, but here there was a game between two grandmasters, I guess, Alexei Alexandrov and Gennady Tunik, where Alexei Alexandrov played knight e5, and this seems to be pretty much the only correct move that black has. I guess the idea is that if white takes, despite the weakness of the c4 pawn, white can't really get to it yet. And now once again, Fianchetto'd bishops on open files, ladies and gentlemen. Despite of other potential hardships, you have this one piece that's gonna carry you through the entire game. So Divya, not knowing it, took on c6, and now I feel like, well white shouldn't be losing. I guess we're probably gonna end up seeing some really bad blunder here any moment now. But yeah, it looks like this once again. White has a bishop pair, but white's king is on e1. It's stuck. White still have these pieces undeveloped. Black is castled. Black has active knight on e5, pretty active bishop on f3, and yeah, white tried solving the development problems, but kind of once again, it's white is falling short because white's pieces are not where they need to be. So black is just naturally more active, and the pieces are applying so much pressure that white just can't handle it. Yeah, and you see this led to a very quick disaster. And well, I mean, I guess the king going to d3 would end up costing white a piece. So last chance leads to a wonderful checkmate with a pawn. Okay. So looks like India is in a good shape here in the women's section. Whoa. This is what I call a king and a half. How did that happen? Let's see. Okay, so we have Catalan where black goes for the early c5. And this is the pawn sacrifice variation where white sacrifices their pawn, but for it, white gets to ensure that black needs to do some voodoo stuff to get their king to castle, right? And here, black just kind of decides to not bother herself too much with it. Goes for knight e7 and castle line. but this will cost black their extra pawn eventually. Actually, here it looks a bit odd. We have a case of a fork that black cannot really get away from. Knight a5 is a logical response, but I guess at this point black should probably just play down an exchange. What's the best move here for black? Queen g5. I mean, it's only, once again, it's only the matter of time until white picks up the exchange. Yeah, this is not good. Something has gone wrong. Where did black go wrong? Let's try to figure that one out. So far so good. Okay, so maybe b6 wasn't the move. Maybe bishop c8. So people mostly play. So Wesley saw against Fabiano Caruana. Okay, Wesley did play b6 himself. And here after rook ac1, there was only a handful of games. Black does play rook c8 here. And instead of bishop a3, most people played knight c4. So bishop a3 in this case is a novelty. That's a completely unexplored territory. I mean, I can't blame black for playing rook e8. You're looking at this pen and you're so annoyed when you're black. You just can't breathe. It's like it's not allowing your knight to get out. Knight wants to go to d5 most likely, or to f5 or elsewhere. Otherwise, knight is coming to d6. Yeah, this is unpleasant. That's why I'm very hesitant to play this line as black. I play against Catalan myself all the time, but yeah, I've played this line only once, but instead of playing knight d7, I played queen b6 if I'm not mistaken. No, it wasn't here. One sec. Takes. Maybe I just played bishop e7 here. Bishop e7, knight d6, takes, and here I played queen b6. No. Okay, I give up. There was a game where I took a pawn and then I just kept making in the center without castling. It wasn't pleasant. But yeah, this just feels lost. This is how it happened. Wonderful endgame. Look at how active the king is. Oh my god, knight h8. Oh, that's bizarre. How bad black pieces are. What do I play versus Catalan? So I can play the main lines, just the normal stuff where black just, turtles up and goes for c6, b6 stuff, or I can sometimes play bishop before check early, and then retreat the bishop to d6. It's a sideline. You can check it out. Let's move 4 bishop before check, and then white goes usually bishop d2, and then I go bishop d6. It can get tricky sometimes because the bishop, there's a difference between the bishop staying on d6 and bishop staying on e7. Hello, Andy. What's up? How is Greece doing? How is Greece doing? We can actually check it for a second. Their first game, okay, so Nicolas Theodore drew his game. Their board 3-1 and their board 4 lost. So it all comes down to okay, why is it not? There you go. It all comes down to the final board where it's equal, but it's the kind of equal that sorry about breaking the overlay over and over again. I'll stop. It's a kind of equal that's very tough to play for both opponents. As you can see, white has almost no time left. Very, very solid position though, but it's a King's Indian, anything can happen. I would say I wouldn't count that this game is going to end in draw unless both players will be scared enough to just not go for it, which I don't think is going to happen. Okay, so going back here, let's take a look at the Hungarian team. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So how did this happen? Queen's gonna be declined. Classical. Nothing out of ordinary. I think white takes here usually, or plays b4. Don't takes on e4 is what I'm used to seeing, and then like knight d2, knight f6, knight c4, or rook a b1, yeah, rook a b1 and b4. But rook a e1 is new. I guess white is trying to go for the f3 e4 breakthrough. Okay, so costs her a pawn. And now he just goes g4 and just goes full out attack mode, which works surprisingly. What if just queen h4 and then g6 f5? This looks completely crushing, right? Takes, the f5 is getting open up. If anything, the rook can go to f6 if white, for whatever reason, doesn't make other ideas work. But she decides to play g6 herself, and her advantage kind of dissolves. Yeah, and then she blunders. She not blunders, but doesn't realize that the opponent game is lost because she cannot avoid the rook trade, and pawns are way too quick. What happens now is that her king will have to start running, right? So the king runs, 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 and it looks like it catches the pawns just fine, right? But now, boom. And because of how far the king has run away from the king's side, this is just very unfortunate. And it's not a very difficult calculation, right? You can kind of understand this if you're playing it as black. White can't wait. If white wastes even a single move, the white king no longer catches the black pawns. And otherwise, there is going to be this g5 in the end. And I feel like this is what she probably didn't see, that g5 kind of rips her king in half, while having to defend both sides against two passed pawns. Very nice maneuver. This has a potential of being a chess puzzle, I think, because it should be a question like, can white carelessly accept the rook trade, something like this, right? By playing h4, because if white goes king g2, I think it's still okay. Maybe. No, it's still, you see, it's not okay. So in this case, white's only chance to make a draw is to never accept a rook trade, because they have to hold both sides of the board with the king. And yeah, that's it. Okay, so we do see this happening. King g2, b5 happened. I guess in the moment we're gonna see the king keeping the run going, and eventually g5 will happen, and the game will end. Pretty cool. Let's take a look at some of the other games that finished. So Chi Guo from China has beaten her Italian opponent T Gucci. Guieci. I'm probably butchering these names. My apologies to all these people from different countries whose names I'm getting wrong. But I promise I'm trying my best. No insult intended. h6. Okay, so you see some sidelines like a6 and now h6 popping up in Queen's Gambit every now and then. So I'm not surprised to see h6 once again prevents bishop g5, and then the game goes into the Catalan mode. Oh, the white goes for knight e5 early. Interesting choice. Trade happens, white takes in d5, pawns get traded, and black goes knight d7 here, allowing white to trade on e6. I feel like that's probably a mistake, because why have the pawn on e6 been weak like that, right? After the trade, the pawn is separated. What was black afraid of? Let's see, queen, maybe some queen move, queen d4. I don't really see what's the problem with this. Takes. Yeah, this is just nothing. If yeah, white will construct. White will. Oh, sorry, the queens. I meant here. White will put the bishop on g2. And then black can just go ahead and take on d5 and play c6 next. Like, that's all black has to do against this bishop. Something like this. Queen e4, bishop e7. It just seems that black is getting fairly normal development. Yeah, it might have looked scary for a minute, but no follow-up on white side. So yeah, now there is always going to be something to play against for white. See the e6, and actually immediately bears fruit. White immediately gets the pawn. And yeah, from this point on, it's just, I feel like it's just black slowly dying. Yeah, white wasn't really accurate enough, I would say. Could have been a bit cleaner. But all in all, it's just white is the only one trying. And once you lose your ability to apply pressure and to threaten with, you know, with the win, if you will, then it just makes your opponent's life so easy. And that's, once again, we don't want our opponent to have a good time. It sounds wrong, but it's chess for you, okay? You don't want to, you want to make sure that your opponent is as miserable as possible. You want to make sure that they don't get to do whatever they're planning. It's a rough game. You can be a really nice person, but you've got to be the biggest meanie over the board. Not easy. Still playing? OMG? What do you mean still playing? Well, the games haven't even been running for 3.5. Oh yeah, the games actually have been running for about 3.5 hours since they started the games at 3:20. So actually no, not 3, probably like 3:10 their time. So it's been more or less 3 hours and 30 minutes. As we can see, many games have already ended, but a lot of games are still ongoing. Most of the games that have ended in a draw. Some wins, but let's take a look at Harikat Runavali's game against Alexander Kostyuk. This looks lost for black. White is currently up a pawn. All their pawns are defended. They have 2 passed pawns that are connected. Black doesn't have enough counterplay on the king side. How did this happen? Happened from Italian game again. So today we've been seeing some really aggressive Italian games. Okay, so far everything is a theory. The queen is trying to go to a7. White goes for e2, which is not necessarily the first line. Obviously, white would usually play bishop e3 here, trying to deal with this as soon as possible. But rook e2 is okay, because at some point white might still decide to play d4, and actually for that purpose, white might prefer the black bishop remaining on c5, so that it gets hit by d4. Yeah, a4 was already no, a4 was fine, but rook c2 is already an unknown territory, and clearly it is a sideline prep by Alexander Kostyuk. That's a novelty. I guess makes sense, because once, yeah, but now it only makes sense in the context of white playing d4, right? Otherwise, this rook is utterly useless. White needs to play d4 at some point. No, but white never played d4. Okay, I take it back, I guess. But then why even have the rook on c2? Maybe it just shows how little I understand this position, because yeah, in my mind, I don't really understand why we need the rook c2 moves then. If you didn't do anything with that rook on c2. Is there a threat? Is black threatening something so that it forces it to go rook c2? I mean, it's probably okay. It's a solid move, but once again, not sure. Also, there is some weird. Is this working? No. Takes. Why is this not working? My puzzle rush. My puzzle solving skill is deteriorating. I don't see it. It says +5. It must be just winning by force somewhere. What am I missing? So if rook a7, bc. I mean, this is not it, right? It is? This is +4. Oh! Okay, now I'm feeling a little bit stupid. Black lost the bishop. This is just not a good trade for black. Okay. I was like, wait, black has 2 rooks for the queen. Why is it so bad? No, it gave up the bishop. Yeah, right. Okay. So yeah, once again, not quite sure what this rook c2 is about, because white could have gotten this position without investing or without putting the rook in c2. But yeah, it wasn't bad per se. It just didn't feel very useful. That's all. And yeah, some action happened. But I want to point out that Alexander Kostyanyuk is doing way better in terms of time management, and this, once again, a lot of times the time management will play a critical role in your results. So be aware of that fact. Like, you can, once again, you can be playing best chess of your life, and then you get into time pressure, and then you do something stupid. Because you're a human being, and that's what human beings do. They do stupid things when they are under critical amounts of pressure, and that's exactly what's going to happen once you'll be playing an increment. So do not forget about how important it is to manage your time properly. Isn't a3 rook a2 a thing? Maybe I've a3 rook a2. Wait, where? We're talking about this position. I don't think that there was ever a chance for white to play a3 rook a2. You're probably talking about a different game, not this one. Okay. Once again, I have to tab in and tab out, so sometimes it takes me a while to get to see the chat, so might be mistaking people's comments. Plus, I can't. There's no timestamps in your comments, so I can't quite tell when was each message sent. Yeah, queen and piece. Yeah, lemons. Yeah, I'm not sure what I was thinking about. That was way too simple. Okay, so looks like Team India, the women's team, is doing quite well. Ramesh Babu Vaishali is winning. This in-game is winning, but both players have about well, Ramesh Babu has 3 minutes to make 4 moves. Her opponent has 1 minute to make 4 moves. So while it's probably impossible for white to lose here, because they can just start taking stuff, and it should be easy to not have to think about ever losing. Yeah, exactly. Bishop f7, and then I guess just king d5, maybe bishop g6. I guess the critical game is gonna be this one, where Indian player is also winning. This very nice endgame, having her pieces completely locked in. Right, nothing moves, and while white is currently not up anything, it's coming. Right, white winning material. It's coming. It's gonna happen anytime now, and that's what it means to have active pieces and to make sure your opponent's pieces can't move. Right, sometimes, not sometimes, but most of the time, your opponent will have to give you something tangible to fix that problem. And b6 pawn is it, and likely the a5 will be it as well. Well, with these two boards winning, I think India should have no problem winning the match, even though Harika is currently in trouble on board 1. There's 3 more moves to be made. I feel like white probably should be kind of taking it slowly and making sure they don't miss anything during these next 3 moves. Once move 40 is reached, I think Alexandra is gonna start kind of thinking and paying more attention to what she can do to get her pawns to move. Right, that's all white wants right now. I think just get to move those pawns. That's white's main strengths. Okay, take a look at the Ukrainian team. Yes, Illia Nyzhnyk not doing too great. We had a Lapin Sicilian. I would say not the most difficult opening to deal against for black. And I think so far this is just all part of theory. Most moves they just feel logical. They just, they're in the flow. Also now, once again, white did manage to get a bishop pair out of black. And the position is open, with black having a weird pawn on b5. It would be nice if black could play b4 and kind of get rid of that pawn, trade some stuff away. But it was never really possible, because now white is beginning to threaten stuff like bishop f3, and with knight going to c2, yeah, no, b4 will probably never happen. Well, it is to say the black's position is still very solid, pretty much close to impossible to breach through. And here somewhere there was a better possibility. Maybe knight d7. I don't think so. Actually, knight d7 is it. So the idea of knight d7 is that we are overprotecting the rook on b8, and now our next move is going to be knight takes c6, no matter what. So we're probably going to see a bunch of trades. Actually, where does white even go? Excuse me. The queen has to go back somewhere. Maybe to e7. But yeah, this just Buck just starts taking things. To e3. To e3. If you ask me why this works, and queen e7 and queen e7 both don't, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to tell you. Knight takes. No, but this is not good. Yeah, just queen takes. So why is this okay? Maybe because just white just takes. Yeah, okay, white just takes. White takes on b8 and white takes on d5, and now this is why chess is so hard. Like, you have to make these logical conclusions that are oftentimes not obvious at all. Like here, I can kind of see why rook is going to perform well against the two bishops. I feel like if black had, oh sorry, against two knights, if black had two bishops or a bishop and a knight, that wouldn't be the case. I feel like two bishops would just be stronger than the rook in this case, and bishop and a knight would definitely apply a bit more pressure against some of white's weaknesses and weak squares. But here with two knights, knights are not very agile when it comes to playing in open positions, and the rook, especially since this is kind of slowly moving towards the endgame stage, I feel like the rook is going to do quite well here. Plus, I think there's some immediate problems that black will be facing with some tactics and white capturing the b5. So I feel like that's kind of what that's kind of what happened, right? So this is the position we just looked at. Yeah, and in this case, as long as white doesn't fall into some weird knight check / fork tactic, slowly but surely the pawn, yeah, the pawns will, will probably just overwhelm knights, most likely together with the rook and the queen, obviously. Okay, so this is a tough game for Illia. Now let's go ahead and take a look at this one. Anna Oshana. Looks like a more or less equal game here. Although Anna did have some pressure a couple of moves earlier, where her opponent decided to play f5, a very optimistic play, making many weaknesses in the king side structure. But yeah, I guess Anna just likely missed this this maneuver, c5 knight c6, where black knight is getting to d4. It's annoying. It's not gonna stay there for too long. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So Anna immediately is attempting to get rid of the knight. This is blocking the d file. That's where white is gonna try to play. Right, d file. That's where white has their rooks doubled. That's where black has a backwards pawn on d6. That should be white's main play. But I feel like this is just not. Like, this is not anything. Given that, okay, so this has the potential of becoming a troublesome endgame for black if white is allowed to consolidate their pieces in a way that will allow her to apply a lot of pressure against f5, because here that's literally black's only weakness, right? There's not really anything else. Well, besides the pawns being generally disconnected, right? The f5 seems like the only target for white pieces, and white would have to somehow bring the king out because it feels kind of stuck in the corner. The knight is going to come out to f4, bishop to d3, and then eventually, so my apologies, just accidentally hit the mic. Okay, I'm just checking if it's not muted. Last time I did that, my mic was muted and I was sitting there with a muted microphone for like 5 minutes. But anyway, This could happen. Well, actually, this did happen. This has already happened. So we should promote this into the main line. And for some reason, it's not doing that. It doesn't want to be promoted. Okay, never mind. So, yeah, I would say white has some potential to win this, but if black plays this aggressively, so maybe something like b5 should be seriously looked at. Oh, exactly, also look b5. You see, as long as white is not given enough time to get the king out, to put the knight on f4, to put the bishop on b3, as long as none of those things happen, I feel like black will survive no problem. But obviously that will require black to play aggressively, to not sit and wait, to not be defending, right? It's one of those endgames where if you start defending, chances are you will still lose because you have weaknesses that your opponent can target and your opponent doesn't have any weaknesses. So, very important point. Use your phone for Twitch chat. Well, I have it open in separate tabs in my other browser window. I could use my phone, but looking into my phone on the screen would feel kind of odd, don't you think? It's a good tip, but hopefully sometime in the near future I'll be able to get myself a PC and a new monitor, and this problem will go away for when I stream. Okay. Black is playing Rookie 7, yeah, and see this is a danger. This is danger. I'm feeling danger here for black. Because what this means is that black is taking it slow, black is trying to defend everything to make sure, you know, the 7th rank is not exposed, that the rook is not attacking the b6 like that. And it's a dangerous way of thinking. I feel like that's exactly the opposite of what black should be trying to do in this endgame. As you can see, it still works, but in the long run, you know, chances are the black will still lose, even though they're okay for now. Let's just take a look at some random. Oh, actually, here, Irina Crush from the American team has crushed her opponent with black pieces. Let's take a look at how she did. Okay, b5. Been helped. Lichess says it's a King's Indian attacks Spassky variation. I would never guess. So b5 is a Spassky variation, huh? Okay, that's cool. So the idea is that black expands on the queen side and gets ready to flanker the light squared bishop at the same time. It's a logical thing to do. So expansion complete. Now d5, yeah, d5 is probably unnecessary. You can play d5 pretty much at any point. So I would say that just bishop b7 right now would have been a bit more on point. But yeah, d5, it's just that it closes down the diagonal, not just for your opponent, but for your own bishop as well, given that you play bishop b7, which I believe Irina did end up doing anyway. Okay, so white plays c4, okay. Takes knight c6. So some trouble, some problems, right? See, maybe finishing the development as opposed to playing d5 so early was the right thing to do, because now e4 and yeah, can't make yourself busy picking up the pawns. First of all, it's just not working, or there's some queen a4, I guess, or even just knight g5, and the pawn will be captured right back. And d4, e5, you know, I assume we have to calculate that, but chances are that with the opening of this file, white will be the one benefiting from it, because black's bishop is still not on b7. So this is why Irina decides that it's probably better to just finish developing. Bishop g5 makes a lot of sense, and apparently it's not as effective as what move, because here we're getting an almost +1 advantage for white, and whatever we want to do with it, that's on us. How do we get it? Can't tell. I mean, just taking a d5 may be it. I mean, that takes. Wait, why is it suddenly lost? Oh, because queen c2, and then knight g5, and then this is also hanging. Okay, that's cool. So I guess here black should be taking back with the e, and maybe now bishop g5. Yeah, okay, so now bishop g5. But how does it matter? How does it matter? When does it matter? Why does it matter? All those are valid questions. If any of you guys watched the movie series called Dark, they like asking these like, ominous, weird sounding questions. Like the question is not when, but how or but why or something. It's at some point the show is just gets too tiring. Like you have to constantly keep thinking about what they're talking about, and it's just it's not good for you. It's too much work for watching a show. Okay, so I guess White should have taken d5 first because they no longer got another chance, right? Bishop g5. Irina took on e4 correctly, so now she doesn't have to be worried about having an isolated pawn. White is gonna get their material back, but you know, with this pawn being as advanced as it is, it may seem like it's helpful, but in reality, playing b4 is also tricky, right? It's not very easy for White to play b4. White goes for some questionable tactic that doesn't seem to do much. You see, so it's just White realized knight actually can't go anywhere from d5, which just went back to c3, cost White a pawn, and the knight went again somewhere where it's not really doing much. Yeah, Irina, correctly so, is taking over the initiative. Also having an extra pawn helps. Yeah, and this is just unfortunate for her opponent. I think I see why this happened. Now as I'm looking at the timestamps of each move for White, you guys take a look. Take a look at what happens, right? 50 seconds. 50 seconds. She is playing on increments. 32 seconds. She had 2 seconds on her clock when she made this move. She had 3 seconds on her clock when she made this move, right? Because you get 30 seconds extra per move. She had 1 second when she took on d4, right? It's impossible. Like this is just one of the many cases that demonstrates that you are unable to play your best chess when you're in time scramble. You can't. Extra monitor is a superior solution. I still need a PC. I don't have a PC. I currently have this monitor connected to my laptop. That's not ideal. Hello Jess, what's up? Just MP4. Is everything running as it's supposed to? Yeah, I believe so. Seeing no issues on my end, no dropped frames, good FPS. Okay, we're good to continue. Alice Lee winning her game yet again. Is Alice 3 out of 3? I feel like she is. A very good tournament for Alice so far. Something strange. Alice was prepared for this, but so was her opponent. And yeah, so here this feels odd because on one hand we should welcome the pawn being on d4 because that's the target, but on the other hand, this pawn makes our e2 pawn a backwards pawn, right? Because we can't really push it up because of the en passant. So now I feel like one of the common ways for black to play this would be to just double or triple on the e file and annoy our e2 pawn. Alice tries to immediately deal with it by placing the quote-unquote holder piece, right? The blockading piece on d3, and knights are known to be the best blockading pieces, so that's what Alice does. But it costs her a lot of moves, right? So her knight moved a million times in the opening phase so far. And now it goes again. And this knight is going on a journey. Yeah, White begins to lack space, right? White begins to suffocate, and that's not cool. So what happened? How did Alice win this? Also allows the capture on f4, weakening the king side structure. So something we're gonna probably see a blunder because so far Black has been doing really well. Very good play by Alice's opponent. You know, no questions asked. It just seems that Alice wasn't really aware of the intricacies of this opening and got herself in trouble. But once again, it's opening is not everything, right? And as we can see, even the top players oftentimes screw up big advantage that they get out as opening when their opponent didn't quite know what's going on. And so here, this was a critical moment where Alice's opponent pretty much let her off the hook. So what will be the way? Come on, guys, let's try to figure this one out. Black to play and maintain a big advantage. What would you do now as black? I'm not quite sure why we just can't take and just do something like, obviously can't take because there's a checkmate in the last rank, but do something like queen h6. Oh, it's probably just because queen g3. No? Knight s3, there is queen takes f4. Don't tell me it's h3. Oh my god, h3. Ah, actually it makes sense because I have to keep the queen on the h file to keep pinning the pawn, so I can't take on f4, meaning that my queen is not really attacking f4 anymore. And otherwise, my bishop is attacked, my knight is sort of attacked. Okay, that's probably that's the kind of move that you would make and then realize it's not as strong as you thought it is. Something like h5 is okay, but once again, h5 means that we lose this queen h6 idea, which may not have even been good in the first place. What if just going back to f6? Oh, this is kind of funny. It's just that white's pawn structure is so poor that, yes, we're no longer attacking the king, but all these guys, they require so much protection that eventually chances are that it's gonna fall apart for white, and that's probably what Alice's opponent didn't realize, is she's not actually winning anything immediately. She was hoping she would, but she isn't. So but even here, she shouldn't be losing this, right? So she lost this game. And now black is still completely winning. Now the rook is coming into a2. Okay, 2, yep. Okay. A little exercise. Black to play and win. I think I see it. Bold prediction, Poland will win a medal. Poland in the open section or Poland in the women's section? I don't see why not. Poland has a pretty strong team. Any takers for this challenge? I'll even do you guys an exception and flip the board here to make it easy. Come on, it's just a slight calculation exercise. Maybe some people will actually look it up. Knight of 3, yeah, Knight of 3. That's right, but it's just the beginning of the rather long sequence, right? So king h1, bishop e4. Makes a lot of sense, right? We're just keeping the bishop kind of hiding on a long diagonal. White can't really kick the bishop out. Their best shot is to just kind of somehow distract it. Then we have this wonderful check knight e1, king g1, rook g2 check, king h1, and here, just to keep things very, very simple, we go ahead and pick up our missing rook, beginning to threaten the knight f2 checkmate, which supposedly white has no defense against. Also threatening the rook, we're also threatening a whole bunch of different kinds of discovery checks with the rook. So yeah, this would be the way to win. And now I'm wondering if Alice's opponent was in time scramble at this point. Well, she had 5 minutes to figure it out. That should have been possible. and yet she didn't. Not only did she not figure it out, but she also somehow found a way to lose this game, which, in all fairness, doesn't seem even possible here. Okay, so how could at first I thought it's an error in a broadcast, but I think she just forgot that the bishop is hanging. Maybe she thought that her king is on e8. I mean, otherwise it's impossible, right? So you need a big blunder like this to lose an opposite color bishop position. So yeah, maybe or another guess would be that she probably thought that if she defends the bishop, then the rook gets trapped like this, which is true. This is very unpleasant, but bishop b2, yeah. So what would be a way to draw then? Okay, we can also argue that black should have never put the rook on a2 in the first place, because that's the sure way to get it trapped. But you know, we gotta work with what we have. We can't by the way, during games, I hope you guys are not doing this psychological warfare on yourself, where you know that you screwed up before and you're like, oh no, I screwed up, I can't play anymore, I'm so bad, and blah blah blah. Don't do that. Don't do that nonsense, okay? You take it one step at a time. You cannot change the past. The only thing you can change is the present, right? That's what matters the most. So focus on the present. Don't think about the past or what you could have done or should have done, because you are reducing your chances to survive if you're losing now. If you're winning now, you're losing. You have to survive. Focus on what's important. Focus on what's at hand. You're gonna you're gonna figure out why certain things happened once the game is over, right? Just focus on the present. Very important. I sometimes also forget about this, I have this thing where I kind of get upset with myself about certain things, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that what's at hand and what we can do about it right now. We'll obviously find out what our mistakes were after the game, but we need to keep fighting for every point. Wise words. Yeah. Touch move? No, I don't think this was. Yeah, I understand why she just gave up the bishop. So the way to still survive would be to get the king out all the way out on d6, and then keep moving it. It's not very trivial anymore. Okay, this is not easy to understand when you play a position like this somewhere here, and it feels like there's no way you can lose, because at any point you can just go rook d3. But I feel like she was still upset. I think she was upset that she screwed up, because she was clearly winning. She thought she was winning, and she had a big advantage. She had a big advantage, but she was never winning, as we could see. Oh no, she was winning. Sorry, she was winning here. Right, so here she was winning, but then she screwed up, and the mindset didn't change. She can no longer win, right? But she still believed that she can win, that she should win, because maybe her other teammates weren't doing as well, and it was the case. So she probably kept trying to win this position that's close to impossible to win now as black, and missed this thing where her rook gets trapped on a2. And once she missed it, she thought, okay, well, I can't let it happen, so let me just give up a bishop and try to survive down in peace. But it's just, white just promotes and the game ends. So a couple of, a very unfortunate sequence here for black, but good win for Alice, and never give up, never surrender, right? So Alice was fighting. She had quite a few things going badly for her in the opening phase, but she came out victorious. She defended well enough for her opponent to screw up, and in the end of the day even managed to win her game. Once again, a little bit shaky. This is not the first time she's had this kind of like shaky games going on where she ends up doing well, but the process of getting there is a bit iffy, you know. It is what it is. She's having great result. I hope she keeps, you know, keeps winning. She's nice and very talented, and I'm sure she's gonna succeed in the long run. Okay. Anything else that we want to see? Okay, how about we take a look at some of the games that are still ongoing. So how about this game between Bulgarian and Slovakian players, Nurgil Salimova and Ava Repkova? This been an equal position somehow. Okay, so White King was not happy, not a happy camper. And then, okay, so Black got two rooks for the queen, and oh my god, rook c8. It's passive, yeah, it's too passive. I think it's just rook b2, right? Not even. Okay, so what? Just take on e5 then? Also no. Okay, chess is a difficult game. Let me think a little bit harder about this. What can it possibly be? Black has a massive advantage for not massive, but about -2. So what can the right move be? How is it that Black is so much better right now? But any logical looking move is losing vast majority of the advantage. Maybe just taking. Taking we already checked, right? It doesn't do anything because white will just recapture. Hmm. Do you guys have any suggestions on what the correct move could be here for black? I'm kind of lost. Does rook a2 or rook bb2 make it? Well, rook bb2 makes the most sense to me, and somehow it's not correct. Once again, I don't really understand why. I guess it's because white gets some even you see. I feel like this position requires a lot of calculation. It feels simple because it feels like we can just naturally figure things out, but it's not true. Like we need to calculate. Rook a2 might be the case, but once again, I don't really know why we would encourage the white knight to return and go somewhere where it's actually useful. Because right now the knight is not very useful on the edge. Oh, it's stuck, as a matter of fact. Maybe that's what we're supposed to do. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Just okay. So I got there. My critical thinking process got me there. Hooray! We just take the knight, and then if we are threatened checkmate, we don't fall for it. We go h6 and we win the knight. Okay. Okay, makes sense. So I guess here black had a chance to win the knight and they didn't see it. And if black doesn't take the knight, it means that white, the queen and the knight working together is a great piece synergy. They have amazing synergy together, and sometimes rooks get overwhelmed because of that synergy. I feel like black should never ever lose this because if anything goes wrong, black can just give up the rook for the knight and it should be just a theoretical draw with rook and a knight versus queen. There's nothing like black can just do nothing there, and white shouldn't be able to win. But yeah, it can, if queen and both queen and knight remain on the board, it can get iffy. Queen d7, queen d4 and e7, maybe some tricks involving the g6 square. You never know. Yeah, nice knight trap. Yeah, missed me. You're amazing. Well, thanks. Don't really know how to take that kind of compliment, but thanks. Okay. Moving on. Let's take a look at some other games. They're still running. Oh, we have two countries with a very similar looking flags. England versus Norway. Well, I mean, not very similar, but they have stripes. Both of them have stripes. Black is up a piece. I think there's a chance that black will be winning with an extra piece. Just a chance, though. Black have been having an extra piece for quite some time, but this is where it all went down. White tried playing in the center, but in this case, the side attack is actually way more dangerous. The e-file gives white nothing, but the queenside pawn breakthrough gives black everything. And eventually white had no choice but to give up the bishop. Very clean game. This shows a superb positional understanding of Lan Yao. Very well done. I mean, obviously she still has to win, but it's at this point it should be a piece of cake. Just kick the rook out, you know, or maybe play g6, just to be safe against knight f5 tricks. Pick up the pawn and then win with an extra piece. Should be simple enough. Okay. Maybe some of the bottom boards that we haven't really been looking at. How about this game? Latvia versus Dominican Republic. This is a drawish pawn endgame. Drawish pawn endgame that white used to be winning, but not anymore. Okay, so let's take a look. How does white win this pawn endgame? Let's use this position as a sort of a calculation puzzle. It shouldn't be too hard, I would imagine. Although those were my famous lost words in many cases before. Let's see. How does white win? Because clearly just bringing the white king over to e3 is not doing it. Now we know. So what should be the winning strategy here for white? I would assume something like h4 now. And now if black just gets the king out, we go g4. And now this becomes a very simple win, because what ends up happening is that if we need to, we will make a pass pawn. But while the black king should always be trying to stay near e4, once we create a pass pawn, the king will have to run back, and then once it runs back, we pick up the e4. That's like in simple words, that's what I presume is going to happen here. And if f5, I guess we can just go ahead and take king g2. Shouldn't be letting us get the king to f4, right? So black will play f4 herself, king h3. And now our king is getting to g4. It's basically as good as getting it to f4. It was a very simple win to follow. Even in original position, white was up a pawn. So if we just manage to trade everything on one of the sides, it should be a very simple win. Black king is a bit way too, like actually not a bit, but way too far from the queen side. And even if it was close enough, it'd probably still be lost because of the extra pawn. So I would have played h4. King f1 also seems to be working. King gets to e3. But now, okay, now h4 doesn't work. So h4, f5. I think my thing is lagging a little bit. Ah, white can't take. Ah, hiya. Okay, so white can't. Okay, so with this move order, you see, taking this pass with a king apparently is too slow. Even in pawn endgames, efficiency matters a lot. Actually, pawn endgames are probably the endgames where efficiency means everything. If you waste the tempo, as you can tell, even with an extra pawn in the pawn endgame with an extra pawn, white is no longer winning. So instead of taking 3 moves, we can do 2 things at the same time. Free up a route for our king to reach the e4, and also give ourselves a chance to create a passer at the same time. Very important. Okay. So I'm assuming the game is just gonna be ending anytime now. King e6. Wait, what? Why not go up? Did she get scared or something? What did she get scared of? Here? H5 maybe? No, but that doesn't work because black is gonna promote faster. Like if white does this, black is gonna promote faster. So king g5 takes. Can also take on c3. No, we shouldn't. We should take here. Right, we should do this, and then both sides will promote the same. Oh, by the way, my thing is lagging. I'm not sure if you guys see that, but a little bit of lag going on here in my end. No dropped frames though. So both sides promoted at the same time. I'm not sure why it says that white is slightly better. I would take black, because black's pass pawn is going to be faster as soon as they take on c3. If anything, it's probably white who's making a draw here. But black playing it too passively, going back to e6. Oh my god. What's the window? I'm trying to think about it, but not quite seeing it just yet. Looking at king f4, but king f4 runs into king f6. Not a problem. I mean, somehow still winning, but I guess it's probably because we can just go back. And needless to say, it's not it. Like king f4 is not it. How about just king d3 and trying to play c4? King d5? No, but this is not winning. No, this is not winning because after b takes, king 3, f4, we are the ones that took, so we actually lost here. No. I found a way. I found a way to win, but not for white. Call an ambulance, but not for black. What if f4? Still no. Still nothing. Takes c4. Takes here. Behind black. Black is faster here. a4, right? Black is promoting first. Okay. So how is this winning? The engine claims that white is winning. The engine is like so happy. Oh, what if d5? What if here and d5? Finding all the ways to lose. Okay, so I guess then it's just d5 now. Yeah, d5 now. Okay, I'm not sure if they'll find it. How much time does she have? 11 minutes. Maybe. It's not easy. As you guys can tell, I barely managed to find it. So d5. The point is that if now black takes on d5 as a pawn, our king is gonna go towards the left side, right? And start picking up the pawns on the left. And if king tries to stop us, it's a suksuan after f4. King goes to e6, we breach to c5. If king goes to c6, we go this way and pick up g6 and promote. And black king is a bit too far. Black king needs to be already somewhere here to start picking up our pawns, right? But it's not. It takes quite a few more moves to get there. And if the king takes, now the king is too far to stop us from reaching the g6. So we run, and if we just count this simple line, we can see that we are exactly one move ahead of black, and we're just gonna promote, and I don't know, c4 or queen h1, whichever you want, and we should be winning this against pawn with queen against pawns. And then if after king f4, black king decides to go back and try to defend the g6, I think there's probably many ways. I'm not sure if h5 immediately does it. Yeah, h5 right away. But now I think we have to take on h5, not on f5. No, wait, we have to take on f5. And then just go back. Okay, yeah, but I'm not sure why I'm saying this. I'm probably just stupid. Yeah, obviously taking on f5 and going back to g5, picking up the h5 pawn is a very simple win, very obvious win. I was afraid of king e6 now. Yeah, I see she didn't find it. She played king d2. But now f4, and then pawn gets up to f5, inevitably making it so that we can take it on h5 without, ever having to worry about losing the f pawn. Because here, if you take on h5, our king is too stuck, right? Our king is stuck up, and we will end up losing the f3. But as we can see, she didn't find it. She still has a chance, right? She still has a chance because her opponent will most definitely play something like, I don't know, king d5, I guess. And here she will have to, I guess, go back. But what's the draw here? King c4? Yeah, king c4 is a draw. Okay, so why is king d2 winning? It says the king d2 is... Oh, maybe, wait, maybe it's because king c2? No, king c4. Here. Oh, the king is probably gonna go back, right? And f4 is now weak. Yeah, I'm not sure why the engine says that white is still winning here. Not sure what's the procedure. Excuse me. I think it's an important detail is that how the diagonal a8 h1 is opened up after white's h8 queen. Yeah, I think at that point you can just return the queen to h1 and still be winning. Was there a single time when you didn't have to spell your last name in the US? No, there wasn't. I always have to spell it. Always have to spell it. King d3 after king d5? Well, okay then. I mean, yeah, I understand. But f4, like, it's not very obvious to me that this position is winning, because if I'm looking at it from white side, I don't know what to do next. If I want to play c4, I'm no longer winning. In fact, I can lose if I'm not careful. So I guess the idea is now we play king d2 because we are trying to play b3, right? We are trying to play b3, and if we go king c2, it's going to be a draw because it's no, it's still not a draw. Is it because we can just always play b3? We can just go back, and we can always force the black king into c4 and then eventually play b3. This is pretty cool. It's a triangulation technique. And if the black king goes to a2, I guess it doesn't belong there. c4, and good luck catching us. Catch me if you can. Great movie, by the way, guys. Strongly recommended. See, very many interesting games that we've come across today. Mostly in the openings, but even in what seem to be obvious endgames like these, there's a lot of things to know, a lot of things to consider. Hello, Speed Chess, what's up? There are 101 ways to pronounce Nyzhnyk. No, there are 101 ways of pronouncing Illia, apparently. There's William, there's Illia was 1L, Illia was Y, Illia was 3 L's, Illia, you name it. I gave up. I'm like, just, whatever. Just whatever suits your boat, But that's okay. Once again, I don't mind. This pawn f4 complicates, yeah, but still, white never risks, or white should never really be risking here. For king d2, her opponent is currently thinking, which probably means that this gives Agnesa more time to find the winning line if she hasn't found it already, which is a possibility, definitely. Take a look at this game. It's still ongoing. Black seems to be completely lost here. It's funny to see the king on a5, but black having close to 0 time. Oh my god, queen h6 is not a winning move. Let's see, what's the checkmate that the engine claims there is a checkmate and that we are just not capable of simple calculations. Checkmate where? I feel like it's something like really not obvious. Maybe even something that involves not checking here as white, which is crazy if you think about it. So we know that queen h6 is wrong. Wait, what about just rook f4? It was this actually the position? Wait a minute, just rook f. Okay, what's these people? Yeah, 1800 and 2060. So this is how much time did white have? Okay, this is a prime example of you have way too much time, slow down and think about it. This is way too simple. Check, king g8, mate. Way too simple, right? So after checking, black's only defense is to give up the queen. This is why the engine says that white is pretty much, yeah, checkmating in like 19 moves. But you know, who wants to play without a queen? And after queen h6 is not all that simple. Black can play king d7. Black can survive. You know, white will probably go for the queen trade at this point, but it's not, once again, nowhere near obvious anymore. You know me from Turkish Super League? Yeah, that's been a long time ago. It's been a very long time ago. But I did play in the Turkish Super League, yeah. Good times, good times. Okay, guys, I'll be slowly wrapping up, likely within the next 10 minutes. So if any of you guys would like to look at any of the games currently in progress or games that have already ended, do let me know. I think for the last maybe 10 minutes or so, I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at the top matches. It looks like US secured the win with Aronian beating his opponent and Vasily winning against Arkady Naidich. Ray Robson made a draw. Looks like a very clean game. No mistakes. I'm scrolling through the notation. It looks yeah, we've seen this moment, I think. And I said that maybe Ray can somehow squeeze a win because Black has weak pawns, but it doesn't seem to be the case as Black managed to trade away one of the pawns in the e-file and the game ended in a draw. So this means that US will be winning their match, and Fabi is actually pressing. Very interesting. Looks like Fabi's opponent allowed him to play e5 and post the knight on d4, which is a great thing for Black. And it still shouldn't be critical, right? Because White's position is still very solid, but the bishop is kind of struggling. The bishop on the front kind of struggling here. I guess a small advantage like this can be a decisive factor when you're playing against someone as strong as Fabi. So let's see if Fabi can continue to squeeze out an advantage bit by bit to make it into something bigger, because yeah, it looks like his position is really nice right now, but he can't break through. Potentially maybe having to play king h6 and f5 at some point. That's what I would expect. It's a big commitment, and I feel like, well, yeah, I mean, he can take a risk at this point since the team has already won. So technically, whatever happens, even if Fabi loses, it's a match win anyway. It's gonna hurt the tie breaks obviously if Fabi loses here, but you know he can try, and you know the US team will still get 2 points for the match win, and the tie break. Okay, well, it's unfortunate, but it's gonna be way better if Fabi wins this game, right? Tie break wise. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him keep trying. Can we see Mafaz Khalid's game, Team Pakistan? Okay, so didn't he Didn't he win already? He can. But I thought that he he already won. At least that's what it looked like when we looked at his game last time. No, he didn't win yet. Okay, well, what happened? Wait a minute, wait just a minute. What happened? So he was close to winning. And so this is the point where we see him having a very, very strong idea of 97 and e4, which he unfortunately missed, but still he has a big advantage. His white pieces are really awkwardly placed, and he plays e4. I guess he probably needed to include a bunch of captures, maybe just taking on c5 first, just to secure the bishop pair advantage, and then he would probably be able to look for some e4, maybe bishop h6 some plays of some sort. But it feels like he got a little bit impatient, played e4. Maybe he thought that he's winning material here, which is not the case, right? What takes here? Takes, rook d1. It's getting really tricky. Right? Really tricky. He was not getting pinned. Not ideal. I don't blame him for not going for it. He decided to just kind of not take anything because probably couldn't calculate. And yeah, this is what moved 30, and both of them have really low. Both of them are really low on time at this stage. I assume what ended up happening is Khalid probably screwed up somewhere along the way. Knight c6. What's the correct move here? So apparently black has a possibility for a big advantage again. I guess maybe taking first. Not really. There's some magical move here that gives black a rather big advantage, but it's not knight c6. What about... No, it's not knight c4. Yeah, it's not... No. It's not knight c4 either. I mean, what I would expect it to be with bishop e2, but none of the other moves make any sense. Or maybe just rook c8. Oh wow, just rook c8 hitting the knight, and if this trade happens, it's going to be almost always in black's favor, as e5 is incredibly weak and is going to fall anytime now. Yeah, but he went with the obvious response, and white took over the initiative. As you can see, white no longer needs to defend himself. All the white pieces are now suddenly exactly where they need to be. It's just kind of unfortunate how it all falls into place for his opponent. And yeah, at this point they're both past move 40. Yeah, and it's definitely going to be not an easy task holding this. Black is down a pawn, with white having really active pieces, but at least he's trying. At least he's trying to apply some pressure to force the white's rook back from the 7th rank. And still, I feel like it's not going to be enough for him to survive. Yeah, very unfortunate. I thought I was kind of confident that he's going to win this game today, but unfortunately, time travel, guys. I want to point out that despite the fact that both him and his opponent were in time trouble, you can still screw up much worse than your opponent, right? You should always give yourself some cushion in this regard. So very unlucky once again for Khalid. I wish him well. I hope he scores at least a draw somehow, because if with this loss he's gonna start off by having 3 losses in a row. That's just tough. Hungary, Austria endgames. So let's go ahead and take a look. Hungary, Austria. So we have Benjamin Glodura winning his game, and then Peter Leko drawing against Marcus Rager. We have Report, who, yeah, nothing will happen here. They'll probably trade h4 for f2 eventually. Nothing will happen. Yeah, this is pretty much unlosable. I don't see how Report can find a way to lose this. He is thinking. Oh wait, no, Report is black. I don't see how Dragnev can lose this. Did the Report have any chance to win this game? Oh yeah, right. He was worse, but then I guess his opponent screwed up to the extent where it was already okay. Yeah, you see, report got counterplay. That's what you're trying. That's what you're gonna be trying to avoid when you're winning. You need to make sure you kill off the counterplay. And report's opponent couldn't do it, and now it's just, yeah, they're gonna just keep repeating because black, there's nothing black can do. Black can never really move the rooks away from the f file because it's gonna cost them the f2. Should be an easy draw. And Sanan Sigurov, yeah, the bishop and 2 pawns against rook. So I have a student who once told me that he thought that the light piece together with 2 pawns against the rook, and the rook, and in this kind of endgame is going to be a win for a light piece and 2 pawns. But the reality is that a side with a rook can always just give up a rook for either 2 pawns and make it into a draw, or give up a rook for a bishop and a pawn, and it's also going to become a drawn rook endgame. So there's just too many things that white can do here to draw, and yeah, white is almost never trying to win, because even if white wins both pawns, it's still going to be a draw, right? Bishop versus rook endgame is a theoretical draw. This is why, unless black blunders a bishop, they will never lose. And white is the only one who can lose, possibly, but with correct defense, they should be able to survive. So it looks to me like both of these games will be a draw, which means that Hungary will win the match, since Benjamin Gladura had a nice win earlier. Croatia first board versus Uzbekistan is the final request. Let's take a look. Uzbekistan, where are you? Here you are. Okay, so Abdusatorov been playing this what seems to be a winning endgame for quite some time now. How did he get an exchange? So stuff happened. Norderbeck managed to win an exchange, but black had a lot of counterplay because of the bishop pair and open position. White had a weak king side, and yet black was unable to maintain the initiative, and eventually white began to take over. Yeah, this trade it's just bizarre. I don't understand. Unless, once again, okay, so Ante was in severe time pressure. He was playing an increment for, whatever, 10 moves until the time control. So he probably was just trying to overly simplify, and unfortunately, in the long run, I feel like the rook versus knight endgames will almost always be winning. So yeah, going into this kind of endgame is it doesn't give you a better shot at surviving. It just makes it a bit more painful to losing. So I guess here we just he just needs to be careful on how to not get mated by an accident. It shouldn't happen. Probably this is the simplest, right? Go here. And now, as soon as the knight leaves, white can just go ahead and pick up the g4, maybe kicking the king out and picking up the a5. Yeah, this should be easy to win it. Plus, Ante is beginning to follow time once again. Rook c8 is cool. Rook c8 gets ready to check, gets ready to push, Should be an easy win. Okay. He said Rapport was going to lose in the middle game. Yeah, Rapport was, Rapport is a very, very agile player, I guess you can say. He can dodge the danger quite well. Anyway, thank you very much, guys, for joining me today for the round 3 of Olympiad commentary. I hope you guys enjoyed your stay here. Stay tuned. There'll be more people to commentate for you in the near future. I think tomorrow is going to be a good friend of mine, International Master Eric Rosen, doing the commentary, and then the day after tomorrow is going to be FIDE Master Gauri Shankar entertaining you for round 5. So with that being said, once again, thank you very much for joining, and I hope you have great rest of your day. Peace.